Where's the chat window? Oh, there it is. All right, we're live. Okay. Put my live chat window. Oh man. Stayed up way too much. Fun fact of the day: do not drink coffee within an hour before bed. 'Cause I am tired today. Hey hon, I'm just letting you know I'm streaming now on YouTube. I should probably work on getting you admin rights. Okay, well, it's gonna be a bit before anybody joins the stream anyway, so guess I'll get that taken care of. I'll probably wait for people to join. All right. Let's see how to add. Let's see mods, moderators to YouTube live stream. Because I don't remember. Maybe looks like I can moderate live chat. Let's see. Log into YouTube, the YouTube studio, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. Take this window and put it over the other screen. Alright, so I gotta go to YouTube Studio. Nope, not Streamlabs, gross, go away. Nope, not that either. YouTube Studio, there we go. Access settings. There we are. I found it. And down to community settings. Managing moderator. Hey, what's your username in YouTube? Okay. Just gonna be a minute. We sure do. I do all the fixes. Should probably have done this prior to running the stream. Oh well. Oh, got it open for now, so while I wait, I get the cylinder head put on. And pick out a screw, and there's something else I need. Cylinder head parts, there we go. The tray of parts. Oh, there's one right here. Derp. Okay. Might add this. No, it should be fine. Yeah. Okay, now we just gotta find a screw that's too small. Okay, I think this one will work. Whoops. Tech tip of the day. How to put your piston head on your piston. Alright. So I got my blue Loctite. Surface prep. Mr. Bones, I don't have much experience with soldering, but would you say resin core tin is easier to work with? Honestly, I just go to the hardware store and I grab a actually I hate to say I don't know what I use, because I've had 2 rolls that have lasted me for years, and it just has flux in it. As long as it's got flux in it, I know it works. It's easy to work with. I get the thin stuff because when it comes to my electronics, actually I have a thin one and a thicker wire. I use the thicker stuff for like putting connectors on, because generally needs a lot of solder. And then if I'm doing something small like on a ETU and like taking off a wire or something, or putting some on, or like soldering the wires on the motor or whatever, I use the thinner stuff. That way it's easier to get in those little nicks and crannies. So so it's just in Kita? Alright, so that's what I got here. And you're not showing up for some reason. Oops.
Are you able to just like right click on them?
Let's see. Paste the URL of a user, added a managing moderator. So could you go to your channel and copy and paste it to Discord? Actually, hold on. I wonder if I can. Bear with me, chat. Let's see. Oh, I could just go to your channel from the stream. I got it. Yeah. I was able to click on your profile from OBS.
That's what I was wondering if you're able to do.
Where's my mouse? Oh. There it is. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to add my wife as a moderator. And it'll just be a tick. Alright. I guess that's it. I guess go check. Go gadget moderator. OBS is currently active. All streams and recordings will be shut down. Are you sure you want to exit? No. I don't like to use leadless solder because it doesn't have a great finish, the glossy stuff, and it has a bit less surface tension, so it doesn't like to stick to things. Yeah, when it comes to soldering, I like to make sure I, well, 1, surface prep, 2, I tin both surfaces, the surface that is going to go in contact with the other, so that makes things going together a lot easier. Sometimes I can't do that, but really when it comes down to soldering, it just comes down to preference and practice. And I solder all the time, damn near every day. Coreless, leadless stuff, and messed up my soldering job pretty bad. Yeah, I bet. Did you use any flux, Mr. Bones? I like your tag name, dude. Mr. Bones. And welcome, guys, to the stream. So if you're wondering what I'm working on today, this is actually a airsoft gun P90 setup, DMR setup that I am recording, and I'm just finishing up some odds. Not finishing up, but doing some parts that I'm skipping or not adding in the video because I've already made videos of what I'm doing. Like, for example, assembling a piston. So I'm only covering the good stuff. What makes a DMR in airsoft? Not realistically, but what gives you that epic range and accuracy so you can fulfill that actual role of being a DMR person. And yes, a P90 is not a DMR in real world, no duh, but this is for memes. This is for jokes and for funsies, and I've never built a P90 to shoot. The goal is easily 300 feet, 100 yards. And the way that that is being done is through using 4L gram BBs and proper air volume ratio. I'm using a full cylinder and all that good stuff. Yes, I'm an electronics major student and I have to use leadless solder and I hate it. Why do you have to use it? Could you ever manufacture gears that make CNC bevel teeth? I see you sell your own gears. So so the gears that you guys see on my website are Javon, and I put that in the title of the product. So they're just Wyshtech editions. It's basically anytime you see Wyshtech edition on a product on my website, it means that it's Wyshtech approved. As in, I myself, I approve of these parts to be quality parts and to benefit you the most than any other part on the market of that type. So gears in this case, as you can see, this build is using the Wyshtech gear set. Yeah, right there. Wyshtech edition, sorry. So they're actually Javon gears. The price has not been inflated whatsoever. So if you guys want to get yourself a set, that's great. So make CNC bevel teeth. Swift, could you elaborate what you mean by that? The best you can, buddy. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, so yeah. Fun fact, guys, this piston right here, this piston's actually out of an LCT, and I really like LCT pistons, and here's why. LCT pistons, they are damn near bulletproof. I say damn near because I've actually had one fail, but it took a lot to break it. The worst I've seen was the teeth here had evidence of wear from premature engagement, and after countless premature engagements, the shell finally cracked and pushed the rack through, and then because the rack got pushed through, it cracked at multiple places and it separated. But I'm using it in this build because, one, it's a pretty decently heavy piston, and two, the reliability is there. And I already CNC'd this tooth. Here, I'll give you a closer look. I already CNC'd this tooth right here flat because this pickup tooth on this gear was too close for comfort for me, even though it was already shaved down a little bit. I just shaved it down all the way, so there would be no way that this sector gear will ever pick up this piston. And this is going to cycle slow anyways, so I got more than a peace of mind that this will never PME. So pretty stoked for that, to see how that turns out. And the teeth meshing is buttery smooth, which is going to translate into a smooth sounding P90. So okay, going back to unzoomed, let's see what we got. We got more messages here. Hey, I really appreciate you guys chatting. If you guys really if you guys want to show your support, hit the like button on this stream. It really helps me out and gets the video out to more users such as yourself, and helps grow the channel. So, hell, you can even unlike and like it again. Because Spiffing Brett, I love watching his videos. He mentioned that doing so during the video or a live stream actually works out kind of an exploit. So it's kind of funny. So show your support, guys, so I can do more videos and streams just like this. Anyways, done with my spiel. I'm going to read some messages. Let's see. I have these because lead is toxic. Well, yeah. I figured that as much. And for manufacturing and selling reasons, you can't sell things with lead holding solder. Okay, that's fair. Also, I'm a little sketched out by my VC Avalon since it shoots under 350, and me and my buddy bought the same one, the same time, and his is shooting 380 out of the box, and mine is. So that's Mr. Bones. That's going to come down to your compression. It's more than likely the bucking. So, and that's going to be the easiest thing to change out in that VSC. So, change out the bucking and see what happens. I almost guarantee you it's the bucking. There's probably a manufacturer defect on the bucking lips of your Avalon, which is causing a pretty bad seal. I've seen it many times. Oh, wait, here you said it. I should have just kept reading. My bad. I switched out the bucking nub, inner barrel, and motor. And so no change, Mr. Bones, when you did that? By chance, do you have a Javon SR25 gear set in stock? Yeah, I should have them in stock. Let me go check. Yeah, I got the 5 of them left. There's 5 left. Is it on my website? Is it saying it's out of stock, buddy? Let's see. Elaboration. I've noticed that SHS rocket gears don't have concentric bevels, and I'm assuming that's because the bevel teeth are M constructed and not CNC machined. Are Javon gear sets better than SHS? You know what? From experience, I haven't noticed any like warpage like this. This is the number one thing that causes the gears to be noisy, when the gear does this shit. And I've seen Rocket and SHS bevels do it. Javon, I have yet to see him do it. As far as in a plane doing this, I honestly never thought of checking that. So because we got this P90 gearbox, that will be really easy to check, and I actually have a Javon bevel right here. So since you mentioned it, let's check it out. This guy already begging for likes. Well, yeah, because that helps me earn more money so I can do shit like this more often. Never shot at stock. Should the bucking be lubricated? That depends on it. Let me take care of this bevel thing. If I forget to talk about your bucking thing, remind me. So anyways, I'm going to put this sector gear back up here. By the way, guys, I am working with a gentleman on getting a Wyshtech version of this guy, because I made some alterations to it, and I plan on selling some of these on my website. So fun fact. Anyways, so let's grab this bevel, throw it in this P90 gearbox, because since it sticks way out the bottom, it's going to be super easy to check. Grab this side of the shell. I was actually given a Classic Army, a pretty beat up P90, and I kind of want to work on it today. So I've got my clutch set to 3 so I don't strip out the screw. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to give it a good flick. I'll zoom in for you guys, so hopefully there's enough detail in the video so you can see. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in for you. Bear with me here. This is I have to manually zoom in and focus. This is a new camera I'm trying out, by the way. So here we go. I think that's as good as I'm gonna be able to get it. Oop, back it up the other way because I had it perfect. There we go. All right. I gotta get something on the white background so you guys can actually see it if it's doing it. Okay, so I'm going to give it a good flick. I got easel bearings in here, so it will spin. I'm going to give it a light spin. No, it's not. It is not concentric. I mean, it's barely not concentric. I'd say the movement. It's basically when I'm watching the edge, I'm seeing it do this. I'm exaggerating it, but it looks like it's only doing it by like, I want to say 0.1 millimeter is barely anything. It's not enough to be like, hey, that's going to create extra noise or cause extra wear and tear. And to be honest, from experience, I've installed a lot of these bevels, and they've always reduced the amount of noise between the bevel and the pinion, always. Is saying that your motor alignment is dead perfect. Okay, so now we'll do it this way and see. So now we're going to be checking for to see if it wobbles like this. Yeah, I don't see it wobbling. The wobbling definitely makes a huge difference. I hope that answers your question, Swift. Hope this helps. Anyway, so gotta fix my zoom on my camera. By the way, guys, what do you think of this camera? I literally just got it, and it's 4K, and I'm still learning how to use it. And I really wanted manual focus for a long time because the electronic shit just wasn't cutting it. It really bugged me about my videos. So, okay, let's get caught up on the chat. Thank you for your support, MPO. Guys, ordering off my website also helps me out a lot. Thomas, I couldn't agree more. No problem, MPO. I can't wait for you to try out those gears. One of my favorite thing about them is that the pin for the tap plate is in the right fucking spot. So on the previous versions like the SHS and the rocket gears, they were too far forward, which would cause tap plate, it would pick up the tap plate too soon. So what I like to call tap plate PME. So it's picking up too soon, and it would bleed out the air before the piston would finish its stroke. So what Javon does is they put it further, more underneath the pickup tooth of the sector gear, which allows the piston plenty of time to get to the forward position before the tap plate gets pulled back. So what that equals to is higher FPS, more FPS consistency, and all that good stuff. And the reason why it's really different on the SR25s is simply because it's a 19 tooth. That changes your timing. So the timing in the SR25 is different than your original 16 tooth sector gears and whatnot. On Wyshtech, I'm mostly talking about the length of the individual teeth. I'm not sure if you can visually see them without using a caliper to measure. Oh, okay. Warhead or Soul Link? Soul Link. The only reason why Warhead's in this right now is because I had it laying around, so it's like one of those things, why not? This Warhead motor is it came back from the manufacturer on a repair. It was RMA'd, so they switched out the board. I no longer stock Warheads because they're just too much of a hassle. And there's a gentleman on Facebook, I forget his name, but he reviews all the electronics inside these brush motors or brushless motors, including Warhead, T238. He hasn't done Soul Link yet, as far as I've seen that I'm aware. And he says Warhead uses one of the cheapest MOSFETs on the market, which is part of the reason why they burn out. Plus, their traces to those MOSFETs are really bad, and that's all I can remember as far as the details go. But yeah, I'm not too worried about this build because it's not going to be that stressful. I only plan on hitting 1.9 joules with this P90 as a DMR platform. Like I said, I'm making a video on this, so you guys will have to wait for questions about this DMR platform that I'm building for the P90 in that video that will be released probably in the next month or so, because I'm still recording the footage and then I need to send that footage to my editor. So doing a build on a new Lancer Tactical SR25. Ugh. I'm sorry about the Lancer Tactical SR25. Very pleased with it so far. It comes standard with a flat nub and flat nubber and looks very close to the Prometheus purple, but I cannot confirm. Shout out to Jay Vaughn for moving the timing. Yes, huge shout out to them. What do you mean by the T238 brushless motors are goated? Honestly, I almost never hear that term goated. Never bothered to look up to understand what that means. I live on a rock, just so you guys know. So as far as the bucking goes, from what I remember, we were talking about that earlier. I'm trying to remember what you were saying about the bucking. Oh, do you lube it? Okay. So when it comes to your buckings, okay. Where's my zoom in? Okay, so let's say this is your barrel right here. This is what I do. This is my preference, and I never had an issue, and it makes it so much easier to install your bucking and get better seal. I take some of my a grease here that I use for my cylinder sets, and I rub it on the outside of the barrel. And I try really hard not to get it in the window, because you don't want the grease in the window. You just want it on the outside of the window, or excuse me, barrel. Then you take your bucking, once you got your grease on there, just a film, that's all you need. It makes it so much easier to slide on your bucking without fucking tearing it. Not only that, if you ever have to take it off for like maintenance, or you screwed up something so you need to take the hop up and bucking off, makes it so easier to remove it, because the bucking's not going to grip onto the barrel and make it really hard to pull it off, and you don't risk tearing it. So anyways, see, look how easy that was to put on. And once I have that on, then you'll add grease on the outside of your bucking all the way around. Don't get any on your the bucking lips. Keep that shit dry. Again, you only need a film on there. By doing that, it makes it easier to slide in your barrel without having to twist it. Because when you twist your barrel, this misaligns your bucking, and therefore your nub in your window gets cockeyed. And then when you shoot your airsoft gun, then you wonder why it's shooting off to the left or the right. Because you want to install it as much as you can in the straight line. Because any twist to it will change how the BB gets hopped on one side of the BB or the other. You want it straight down the middle. Hope that helps. Greatest of all time. Gotcha. Thank you, man. I've been getting told that apparently Solink has a better. I haven't looked into it myself because I've just been so damn busy, but. Apparently the electronics in the Solink is better, more reliable, and Solink claims you can run as much active braking as you want in their brushless motors. And I haven't tested that myself, so don't try it yourself if you don't have the funds to afford another brushless motor or get it fixed. But something for you guys to look into. It's just what I've heard. I'm not really taking their word for it, because I've already been down that road, and I was like, nope, not gonna do it. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and open up this gearbox and get this bevel out. So you're saying, Swift, that you're asking if the teeth are the height of the teeth are I'd say the teeth are even height, because if you put in the gearbox and give it a spin, you would see them going like this, and the slower you do it, the more you'll see it. But I personally would not worry about the concentric of the height between each tooth if it's within 0.1 millimeter, because that's not going to make much of a difference, because the height of the tooth is not going to make contact with the divot in the pinion, something to point with. I don't think it's going to matter, because the height of the tooth, as long as it doesn't touch the inside right here, I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's more of how it's engineered to roll into each other, if that makes sense. But just for knowledge's sake and for funsies, I'll measure a couple of the teeth's height. Probably going to be a little hard. How do you measure it, Swift? Because I kind of want to match what you do. I hated Lancer 2 for the longest time. However, this is a good offering from A&K under Lancer name. No receiver wobble and feels very strong. Not saying it's a miracle by any means. I got you, MPO. Prime Tech, he showed me the internals of the Lancer / A&K platform, and I feel like after seeing what I saw, I feel like the SEMA Platinum, or just straight up getting the A&K nowadays, the newer ones, is a better buy. I personally hate flat hop-ups because they wear out pretty quick, or they can, depending on how soft the rubber you go. And I'd rather just use a Maple Leaf or Bugatti bucking with the chevron patch. So it's 350 on that height. What the fuck? There's wear marks on these teeth, and I didn't even run this one. Where did these gears come from then? Oh. Yeah, so this isn't a brand new gear set. This is a gear set that I pulled out of my bin and I put together because I was trying not to spend any money on this build. I'm trying really hard. So these are spare parts. Oh yeah, just like any A&K, it doesn't surprise me. Fun fact, MPL, I have an A&K SR25 that's fully built. I put a retro arm split type gearbox, SR25 gearbox in that thing, and I've tried. I use it as my DMR test bench. So I try different parts to see what XYZ part does with this. Check like nozzle alignment, tolerances among parts, all sorts of stuff. And I went with the split type because to be able to change out the compression components without taking apart the whole fucking gun, excuse my French, it just makes it so much easier to change out parts because of that. So I can change things like the cylinder head, the cylinder, piston, all that good stuff, and trying different methods like the weight of the piston, or I recently tried, let me show you, air braking piston heads. I'll show you. Check this out. So, EPES cylinder heads, and these are by far my favorite cylinder heads to use in virtually any AR platform and AK. But here's the air braking piston. So the theory is this piece right here is designed so that when it enters your cylinder head, it creates pressure between the piston head and the cylinder head, and creates air pressure to cushion the piston from slamming into your cylinder head, and therefore making it run quieter. And that's the whole point of it. Well, in the SR25 platform, what I learned is that when you do that, and it slows down on that little bit of distance right here in front of my thumb, PME. See these marks right there? You can see, let's see if I can get the shine. You can see those shiny marks right there? That's PME. And I could hear it. I was using the Solink's programmable motor, and I slowed it down to 10k RPM, and it was still premature engaging with precocking. Precocking with no precocking, so I scrapped the idea. Because it was just, that one little mount is enough to slow it down way too much and cause premature engagement. And I was trying, and this is aluminum body, so I was also testing the theory of the weight creating more joules with heavier weight BBs because, you know, physics. And I was trying to understand that because I learned by visual reference instead of, you know, word of mouth and reading. And it just doesn't stick in my head, so I had to try it myself to understand. And this is a project I'm going to have to look into again later. But this rubber bumper right here is actually off of a SEMA cylinder head because I really liked its the way it sloped in there, and it sealed on this nozzle right here, which is what I wanted without an O-ring. And I opened it up just barely so that this slips right in without hanging up, and it worked. It definitely made it the piston impact a lot quieter, but in return I got PME. So that's don't try it. If you do try it, make sure you use the 7.4 LiPo battery and the slowest goddamn motor you can think of, because it will premature engage like this one did. This piston, ironically enough, even though it's made out of aluminum, the only damage it got from PME was the rub marks on these teeth. There is no, it's not bent or anything. I was really surprised. So gone are the days that aluminum piston heads fail. This one held in strong. I mean, I was really surprised that PME, because guess what spring I was pushing with this thing? Give you a second to guess. A fucking M190. And it's still PME'd. That's how much air braking there was. So there was too much. So, and I ran out of time because I've been so goddamn busy. So I had to scrap this idea and come back to it another day. What I plan on doing next is make this skinnier by like maybe a 0.05 millimeter. Half the weight of a 0.1 shim. So that it still bleeds out the air, because I think I had it sealed so much that it literally stopped like that. I think that was the problem. So I just think I made the seal a little too good. But yeah, anyways, I plan on fixing that and exploring this avenue again. And by the way, guys, fun fact, and the reason why I like EPS nozzle cylinder heads, you see these holes right here? Set screws go in there, and they screw downward, and they screw into the lug. And what that does is it pushes the piston head so it sits flat up against the gearbox, so that the cylinder head doesn't tilt whatsoever. So it doesn't do this shit. And when you do that and it's nice and solid against your gearbox, instead of putting pressure on the lugs, it is now definitely on the front of the gearbox where it should be. Because you get all that pressure distribution going to the entire gearbox rather than just the lugs. in some cylinder heads, like max cylinder heads. Anyway. So anyways, what that does for you is create more FPS consistency because your nozzle is staying straight and not wobbling around. And two, you're less likely to run into mid-cap syndrome, because what a lot of people don't understand with mid-cap syndrome and why it happens is because your BBs enter your chamber so freaking hard that it pushes, I'm going to exaggerate this a bit, your nozzle upwards like this. And so you can imagine the misalignment of the nozzle to your bucking and bleeding out all that air, and then your gun shoots like crap and you wonder why. Well, EPAS has done this innovative design, which dramatically helps with the mid-cap syndrome and your FPS consistency. So, and their EF pistons, their extra fit, which is what this is a 0.05 millimeter wider. And what that means is that your nozzles, especially when you use their nozzles, which I love their nozzles, they absolutely almost zero wobbling movement, which helps further prevent mid-cap syndrome and give you FPS consistency, which is very, very important if you're trying to build a DMR. So, good guesses, guys. Good guess. MPO was close. I actually have a SP210 in a bag right now that I was planning on putting in my SR25. Yeah, that, and the reason why was to not only experiment with the limitations of the build, but also to test a theory that a tech buddy of mine who runs iBot, well, you can't see it, ABAT Discord group, he was going to rewind the Solink advanced motor that I sent him, the reprogrammable one. And he found out quickly that it was going to be impossible because he did not have the right tools to do it. And those tools are very expensive. So he had to scrap the idea, and I haven't talked to him since that last report about it to see where he wants to go from there, because I got this SP210 that I can't pull back because none of the brushless motors are strong enough to pull that sucker back. It barely can pull back an M190. So there's that. So a little fun factoid. I'm actually gonna put these in a little baggie. I'm gonna put this kind of together and put it in a baggie because I want to move on to a different project. Because I'm at a point where I need to record footage, and I can't do it on the stream because that's not what this build's intended for. So I'll grab something else to work on. I asked the question yesterday, but didn't really understand what you meant by release side on what tooth should be the tappet plate be released on the DSG to minimize feeding issues. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I misunderstood what you were asking. When it comes to release... wait, hold on. Let me read your message again. What tooth should the tappet plate be released in a DSG? The last tooth. I guess I still don't quite understand what you're trying to ask, Cybator. Since you have an SHS dual sector gear, just release the remove the last tooth on your on both sides of that DSG. That will wait. How many rounds per second are you shooting for on that build? Because if you're going over 40 rounds per second, you'll definitely need to make it a 7-tooth. Unless you put like a M170 spring in it and going for 400 FPS, then you'll be fine. Okay, why aren't you dropping down? Probably the piston. Yes, it's the piston. No, it's not. Alright. Come on. Need to figure out a little bit what the hell is getting used to. Oh, I think it's tab plate. Nope. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Put down the screws and hold this sucker together. I'm not assembling this guy, I'm just getting it ready to put it away. Oh, put that up there. Guess I can put these back too. But you understand the question. My thought was just if you release on the last tooth, maybe the tappet spring isn't fast enough to make a good air seal. That's why I'm telling you to I'm gonna have to use a gearbox and to describe what I'm talking about and to understand where you're coming from. Okay, I gotta read that message again. But you understand the question. My thought was just if you release on the last tooth, what's releasing, the piston or the tappet plate? Well, I'm gonna be taking apart a P90 gearbox, so might as well save it for that. We need a little baggie. So you have the tappet release on the last tooth. You want your tappet plate to release on the last two teeth. Any more than that, any more or less, you'll run into FPS issues. But coming from experience with rocket and SHS gears, shaving off the last tooth, the release tooth on for the piston will correct that. If you're well, it depends on what spring and what rounds per second it goes. So you may or may not have to do it. That's why I'm asking you if how many joules and how many rounds per second are you trying to go for with your DSG, because that will dictate if you need to remove teeth or not. I've built multiple DSGs, and so I know what works and what doesn't with what brand of gears. I'd like to help. I still have the original box for this P90. Actually, you know what? I got this Strike Industries AK that I want to address, and I actually have a Payrun version 3 MOSFET that I would like to put in it, along with the Payrun clicker version 3. I'm getting it out of the box right now. It's pretty. For an AK. I'm not an AK person, but it's not bad. It's pretty sweet looking. I love that it has an M4 muzzle. So I think it would give me about 40 rounds per second on 330. Okay, so M150 spring, 901 OLED SHS gears, 33K motor. So 33K motor and the DSG should get you right around 40 rounds a second, maybe about 45 actually with an M150. But you definitely want to remove because you're choosing an M150 spring and you're going for 40 rounds a second, well, based upon what you're telling me, you will want to remove one tooth on the release side for those SHS dual sector gear. That will give you damn near the perfect timing. This is what I've done on many DSGs for that same specs. Because if you do it on the other teeth, what's going to happen is that you're going to have way below 300 FPS and wonder why. Yes, MPO is correct. You also want to make sure you have the right barrel length. Does that help? Cybater? Cybater? I think that's your name. I'm going to go grab that Payrun MOSFET. Perun. However you want to pronounce it, I don't care. Ah, here it is. I found it. And here's the clicker. So right now, this guy has been modified by somebody else. So I'm not sure what to expect, but I should probably get a chrono on it because I don't plan on changing any of the internals but the electronic trigger unit. So we have the clicker version 3 and obviously the hybrid version 3. I actually don't like installing these because it's more tedious to work with than the version 2, but it is what it is. This currently already has a MOSFET, but it's the Gate Nano. I think this is the Nano ASR, if I remember right, or Warfet. I think this is the Warfet. I think it is. But either the case, it's coming out. Oh wait, nope, not yet, not yet. Because I just said we were gonna chrono this thing. Let's throw a battery on it. I'm gonna cover up the barrel just in case there's a round in the chamber. Grab another paper towel to cover it up. Alright, let's see how it sounds. Oh, cool. Should semi both the full auto and semi. So we'll figure out what's going on with that. Alright, I'm gonna go put some .2s with the mid cap, so I'll be right back. I have my mic with me, so you're gonna hear my Bull Gear electric speedler fill this thing up probably. Alright. Oop. There we go. That's an electric speedler I just used. Got 2 left in my inventory if anybody's interested in getting one. Let's see, where's the hop up at? See if it's turned on. Yeah, hop up was damn near maxed out. Okay, let's switch you guys over to the chrono so you can watch. Alright. Try to get you as close to the chrono as I can. Did I butcher it? Help me out, dude. How do you pronounce your name? I'm gonna put my iPro on. Where did I put it? By the way, guys, this is a little disclaimer. This is a safe environment. The BBs go into my chrono box, which catches the BBs, so there's no way that the BBs can shoot out and hit somebody, including myself. And I'm wearing iPro. I have to put that disclaimer out there because YouTube gets mad at me for not mentioning it, and that's something I'm try to remember to do in my future videos, because I get limited ads all the damn time because of it. Anyways, let's see what kind of FPS we get. Ten shots, all right. FPS consistency ain't bad. We got 49 at 349, 348, 49, 48, 46, 45, 48, 47. Can't test rounds per second because, well, full auto is broken somehow. So our max is 352.8, minimum is 345. So I'm going to write that down on note. It's always good to do this because if you don't plan on changing out any of the parts but what I'm doing here for your builds, if you ever work on your own stuff, oops, you can see if you lost FPS. Chronos are very important to have if you plan on working on your own stuff. That way you can diagnose problems and do what I'm doing here, doing a before and after test. Because sometimes when you put things together, you might not put it together right, and for example, with this guy, when we go put it back together, what if it only shoots 200 FPS? Well, clearly we did something wrong, so it's good to have your baselines in place. So, average was 350 FPS on 2.0. Okay. All right. Got it written down. Good. Start tearing the sucker apart. I'm gonna set the pay run over here. And let's see what this has in terms of its guts. Good evening, XT Airsoft. Welcome to the stream. Oh, it pooped out some BBs. Gross. All right. So let's see. It looks like that pries off. So I'll get my pick underneath there. Maybe right there. Yeah. That actually came off a lot easier. I could have just done it with my fingers. Where's my screw gun? Oh, it's over here. I've never looked into it, guys. Do any of you know who makes the Strike Industries AK? I'm starting to think it's not SEMA. Maybe S&T. There we go. Damn. I wish I could put a Nebo hop up in this thing because these sliders are now obsolete. Oh, I really like that. When you can just put that guy in there without having to open up the gearbox to put it in. Sometimes I forget to put them in. Okay, this cover's gonna drive me nuts. If you're taking apart one of these AKs, you don't have to take this off. I'm just doing it because it's in the way. That was easy. Spring's missing. That normally pushes it up and out of the way. Maybe I did need to take that off. So it appears that this pin holds this assembly in. Yeah, it looks like it knocks out that way, so. Okay, so I gotta take this little guy out. Oop. Why is that smaller? That's dumb. It's 2 different screws. Great observation! Those in there pretty good. This is going to sound stupid, but it's pronounced as C, like CU, Sebator. Okay, so, okay, Sebator. That's kind of a neat name, Sebator. There we go. Oh, goody. All right. Oh, there's supposed to be a set screw right here that holds the barrel assembly on, and it's missing. Yeah, whoever worked on this previously didn't put everything back. Wyshtech to the rescue. Front barrel assembly. Okay. Now we can pull the hop up out. Yay! See how dirty the barrel is. Excuse me. Oh yeah, it's pretty dirty. Needs to be cleaned. So we're gonna have to do that. And another screw missing right here. I'm sure that's what holds the grip in, maybe. Or helps. I don't know. Yeah. I think a screw is supposed to be there to keep this from coming off, so that this all comes out in one piece like a normal AK guy does, or part. That looks a hell of a lot like a SEMA motor. Maybe this is a SEMA. It's designed differently. Gearbox is out! Hurry! Yay! There's the receiver. It's off. Seabador! Kudos to SEMA for finally adapting the appropriate receivers versus TM dated spec with the 4 screws that held in the front. Yeah, I'm convinced this is definitely SEMA because the rib, this is a giveaway. This motor is a giveaway. The colors and the blue nozzle. Sometimes I haven't seen a blue selector plate yet. The bushings look just like off of a SEMA. Same with the bearing. Let's see what else. Yeah. So I think what EMG did was like, hey SEMA, make us this airsoft gun. We'll give you a bunch of money. Debating on putting EZO bearings in this. We don't need any of this wiring anymore because it's all going to get replaced by the pay-run. Yay! I'll take this guy off. I really do like that it has a spring quick change. Makes it easier for us techs to take out. Yep, another dead giveaway. That's the SEMA, the spring guide design. That's SEMA. Matter of fact, this is the same exact spring guide that's in that P90 I just had on the stream. Let's see how tight this. Oh wow, barely any effort. So I might have to pinch these rails down a little bit so that this sits tighter. Excuse me. I can already. I was gonna say I can already tell it's got the crappy gears, the MIM gears. Definitely MIM. Wow, brain fart. Sorry, I'm pretty tired today, so bear with me, guys. Ooh, definitely got neodymium magnets. It's got really strong magnets. But I'm probably going to change this guy out because I got a billion of these pinion gears. I'm going to use one of the SHS ones because they mesh really good. What's probably in this already. I'll just make sure that the tappet plate is released all the way so I don't have any springs flying to the universe. Okay, that's good. I think I'm going to change out the solid bushings to all bearings. And probably change out this plastic nozzle. Okay, bring out my tray. So I got to put all the parts where they go. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and put all these screws here. All right. Oh. There are 13 ones. Yep. So, yeah. This has got some decent parts in it. So it's a SEMA Platinum. Definitely a SEMA. Oh, this had premature engagement. Just barely. You can see a shiny on that tooth right here. By the way, these SEMA piston heads, I swear to God, they use red Loctite because I've broken off screws inside these cylinder heads, or piston heads, quite a few times. Yeah. Let's see how flat that sits on the front of the gearbox. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Put that there. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be reshimming this. So here's another problem with this setup.
Hello.
I'm going to have to check the timing on this because that has a really big delay right there. Yeah, I think this bevel might be okay. Yes.
What's a 5 lipo?
5 cell?
I don't know.
Yep.
Apparently someone's here saying the kid pulled a 5 lipo.
5 lipo batteries?
5 lipo batteries? Oh.
Okay, so with the Payrun hybrid, we can get rid of all this shit except for the trigger, obviously. I'm really hoping that the clicker, might as well pull it out now, gets rid of the 2-piece design, because I really hate that design. Wow, that magnet was so strong it ripped through the bag. EMG, the 50-50 gamble if the OEM is SEMA or APS. Do you guys know the saying of what APS? Both options are good in their own ways. SEMA plats are easy to work on and come with pre-upgraded components. Crytek have good construction and feel good in the hand. I agree. Crytek makes some high quality stuff. Just looking at this trigger setup, seeing how like, what in the hell? Alright, I'm gonna go put this back in here. And I'm gonna remove all these smaller components because don't need them no more. I should probably just pull the trigger out. Being a custom AK, kind of want to. I wish I could put a flat face trigger in it, add to the aesthetic, but don't really want to spend money on this build. So, just so you guys know, a Payrun actually sent me the version 3 hybrid with a clicker. So, kudos to them for sending it to me to show off in a stream or video. Great guys. I love their products. Put that away. Don't need that cutoff lever no more. I'll just throw this wiring over here. Okay, and then pull the selector plate out, because we're going to have to add shit to that. And there we are. Bare bones. One thing about the SEMA's cylinder piston or cylinder heads, I guess they got better about it, but these would come apart because they wouldn't glue these in, and this one is. And yay hooray on the nozzle. So I might have a better nozzle to put on this guy that's the same length. Hopefully it's an EPES and ribbed cylinder. Spring guide. Where's that at? Where did I put it? So it's great that this setup is short stroke. Okay, I guess I'm blind. Where the heck did that spring guide go? Oh, it's right here. It's hiding. Okay. Yeah. I might put this in my... Actually, I think I have another one. No, I have SR25 versions of it. Damn. So I wanted to take this off so I could pull the rack out and trim that tooth all the way down right there. So, trim that tooth all the way down because it's been getting caught by the sector gear. Don't need that either. So, I'm going to just put this here for now. Not looking forward to trying to get that piston head off because they are very, very difficult to get off. Yeah, no problem, Campo. Not sure what you're saying thanks to. Where's my... Nope, that's not it. I'll go find my punch for these bushings. I'm not sure where it's at. Oh, found it. I have to go to the bathroom here in a bit. Go on a bathroom break. Where's my... There it is. Oh man, SEMA Platinums are one of the easiest airsoft guns to work on. No, I gotta wait till I put the bearings on. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. I have to go use the restroom. Hang tight.
So to use this thing, all those.
Alrighty, tighty. Yeah, I'm working on this Striker AK. No, wait, short barrel down here. Where the hell? Oh, it's the MP7 barrel. Okay. Anyway. Alright, guys, I'm back. Where'd that magnet go? There you go. Alrighty. Alright, so now I'm going to do my favorite thing to do is surface prep the gearbox for gluing in my bearings because I got a feeling that they're going to fit very loose in there. So I like to use acetone. Damn, that's actually getting loose. Loosey goosey. There. Wow. I'm gonna put it on the corner right here. Yay, acetone. Yeah, it's getting all that paint off so that glue would actually adhere. Yeah, because SEMA just doesn't give a shit and just spray all that paint up into the gearbox. Doesn't really affect anything, so there's not much to worry about. So honestly, it's fine. But it'd be nice if I didn't have to worry about it when it comes to gluing in my bearings. and it's looking great. All the top AG lists and tier list vids on YouTube are from stores and sellers. As a technician, what is your least problematic and best made brand that you have worked on or service? SEMA. Hands down, SEMA. The easiest to service, upgrade, whatnot. Oh, actually, you know what? I take that back. Bolt-action sniper rifles. Very easy to work on. Specifically, the VSR 10 and Bar 10 platforms. So I just worked on one today, and very easy to take apart. Then P90s. Any P90, doesn't matter what brand. My other favorite to work on. Clean that up real good. This is actually a SEMA that I'm working on. Do you have a preference? Man, this paper towel is getting screwed up. Add some more acetone. That was a good question, Campo. Yeah, Campo. Campo. Sorry if I sound a bit monotone right now. I'm just tired. Also, the Panda Express I had last night, I don't think it agreed with my stomach very well. So I got that ickiness going on. Get rid of all this paint. Kind of silly to have paint on the piston rails because it adds friction. Having friction is not good. Not good at all. Yeah, that's better. Let's scratch the rest of this off. Okay, that's good. If I was really bored, I would throw this gearbox in my sonic cleaner. I'd strip all the paint off of this gearbox. But I don't want to wait around for the sonic cleaner to spend a couple hours sonic cleaning, you know? That's about as far as I'm going to take it. I'm not going to polish the rails because it's unnecessary. I thought about it, obviously, but I'm not going to. grab that sticking out stone again because I forgot about that part. That SRG I bought was a G&G SRG 556 with a G3 gearbox. Kind of like G&G, but they have their issues. Yeah, especially with their G2 and G3 gearbox, especially the G3. They over-engineered it, in my opinion, but that's just my own opinion about them. It's like, come on, keep it universal. Why do you gotta go proprietary? G&Gs. I mean, I get it. It's you need to be competitive in the market and try to come up with innovative things. I'm sure it's a challenge to keep it universal, but also add capabilities like what G&G's done with their recent releases of airsoft guns, AEGs. I like their new DMR platform. That literally has a BB detection in the hop-up chamber. And that's huge. But in order to achieve that, they had to redesign the SR25 platform. Quite a bit. I've worked on one. I forget what it's called. It's like a GR something. Or TR. Excuse me. TR. I don't know. They're spendy. That's for sure. I like the concept. Okay, that's good. My opinion, G&G went too nutty with innovations. No one else asked for a rifle that can fold 3 different. I know exactly the rifle you're talking about. The piston head leaks a lot of air, so you need to get something like a Max. Also, cylinder head and nozzle is proprietary, so that's an issue. Way too over-engineered, spending so much time to reinvent the wheel you never get rolling. Yeah, that's well said, dude. Well said. I think this bearing's not seated down all the way. Now it is. You can see a little gap underneath the flange on this bearing. So this is my punch right here to get bearings down. And you see it's a complete flat surface, so it doesn't put any pressure on the inner race when I hammer down them, so they don't get damaged. So I'll look through my bin of AG bearings. Let's see what we got here. I like to grab the ones that have the most, like this one right here. Oh, it's actually thin. I like to grab the ones that are 3 millimeter thick instead of 2.5. So, I'm gonna test this bearing real quick. See if it's good. So this rod right here is the same thickness as the gear axle, so I can actually run it through and feel if this bearing is good or bad. I shouldn't feel any roughness when I turn the inner race, and I don't, so that's going to go on this build. That's an EZO bearing, by the way. Here's another one. Now it's buttery smooth, so we got 2 of them now. Any other wide ones? Oh, here's another one. So these are bearings that I save out of builds. Oh, that one's buttery smooth too. Ooh, is this another one? Man, we're getting lucky getting all these EZO bearings out of here. Ooh, that one's bad. It's super crunchy. So what I'm looking for is that when I turn it, if I feel any vibrations, it's garbage. That one had vibrations. I threw that one away. Let's try this one. Here's another one. Yeah, this one's buttery smooth too. Okay, so we got our EZO bearings. Actually, this one isn't an EZO bearing. You can see the differences between genuine and non-genuine. The ball bearings in this one are smaller than the ones that are on this. But to compensate, they have one extra. Let's see if there's another one that's similar to the genuine. Oh, here we go. Got one. Yeah, this one's not. This is a little rough, so I'm gonna just go ahead and throw that one away. We got any other thick boys in here? The wider the bearing, the more durable it's gonna be. So that's what I'm looking for, is 3mm wide bearings. Yeah, that one's rough. Trying to find all my 3mm wide bearings, because what they some of them you want to some of these gearboxes you want to. Oh wait, I have 4. Oh wait, no, that's right. This one right here. It's questionable. So you got to be careful how wide your bearings are in some of these airsoft guns, because if they're too wide, they interfere with things like your selector plate. So that's why you'll want to use like a 2.5mm wide bearing, because they don't protrude as much. Something to look out for. You know what? I'm gonna grab this 2.5mm EZO. Yeah, that one's rough. Throw that one away. Okay, away. Oh. Campo, you were gonna say something, bro? Got something to say? I see that you retracted some messages. Just teasing, man. Got my shoulder pop. What else we got here? Let's try this one. Oh wait, that's not 2.5. Thought I had another EZO in here hiding. Yep, right here. Yeah, damn it, that one's rough. How does this one feel again? This is my 2.5. That's a maybe. I might stick to this one more, because the cage is different. Yeah, that one's way better. I'm just gonna go with that one, because everything else is the W cage instead of J. J cage holds those little ball bearings a little bit better. So we're gonna go with those, and I have to clean the outer races of these guys so that the glue will adhere to them. I've done this a lot of times to the point where I have a method that I don't get any glue inside the race. So I'll show you guys here in a second how I do that. But first, I need to clean these bearings. Oh damn, it's pretty late over there. Shit, dude. Aw, really appreciate the kind words there, Campo. Means a lot. It's good to hear that. So what do you enjoy about the stream, buddy? Damn, there's remnants of super glue on this bearing. I'm going to scratch off, maybe. Yeah, it's on there really good. Gotta do a little scratch. Getting all that gunk out so the damn super glue will adhere to this damn thing. This is what I do on all the builds I do. When they're brand new, I don't need to do this. Put in extra work so I don't have to spend money. Good bearing, you just gotta clean it. Okay. Do a little wipey wipe. It's almost clean. Alright, that is a clean bearing. Time to move on to the next. And read some messages. Seeing how much tech work should be done instead of the crap work I do on my own things, can learn so much by watching a pro work. I'm a pro? Wow. I'm no pro. I just wing it. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy the stream, dude. Is your day off tomorrow or something? Is that why you're up so late? Other than seeing this stream? Man, all the way from Africa. That's crazy. I figured somebody from the US would be watching. Or the majority of people, but either way, thanks for hanging out in the stream and staying up late with us. Okay, almost got it. Yeah, when it really comes down to teching on airsoft guns, attention to detail is vital. So I catch things while I'm working on airsoft guns and be like, man, I'm glad I caught that, because that would have caused issues, but like you wouldn't believe. That could have caused a catastrophic failure. It's the little things that count, man. Man, this bearing looks brand new now. Scratching off all that crap. There. That one's done. And this one's got some super glue on it too. Dum, 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 dum. Now, this one doesn't have a groove like the other ones do. Interesting. Not gonna lie, the one thing I'm not looking forward to on this build is getting that piston head off that piston so I can modify the piston rack. So what I think SEMA should have done with that piston, the pistons that they make, is just remove that damn tooth all the way by the pickup tooth. So in this build, it's been showing that it's been catching on the pickup tooth of the sector gear. Simply observing the rub marks, the tooth after the pickup tooth on the piston. I should have done that. Scrape it with my fingernail. I got all of it. Except for that little piece that's about to fall off. There we go. Okay, now I can clean it. Sorry guys, this top part is super tedious and I'm sure it's real boring. But it needs to be done. So try to do things right the first time because I don't want to be taking it back apart for something small and simple like this. If I don't do this, these bearings may or may not adhere to the gearbox like I want them to. And could cause them to tilt and make the gears sound like utter garbage. There. One more. Then we can get to the good stuff. Actually, this one, I don't think I need to scrape. Just need to wipe it off, wipe it with acetone. Yep. Those are dirty. The other pro, doing tech work and earning money, isn't that the definition of a pro? To be honest, I think that's a what am I thinking? Yes and no. The only reason why I slightly disagree with that is because I know that there are techs out there that get paid to work on this stuff and do a horrible, horrible job. Because I've repaired airsoft guns that were done by so-and-so Airsoft Tech that is reputable in their area and charges for their services. And I'll take it apart and be like, everything about this inside this gearbox is wrong. They didn't do this, they didn't do that. It just looks half-assed. Like, it's like they just threw it together like they didn't care. So I had my fair share of those. So really just I don't know what the definition of professional is in airsoft. To me it really comes down to trust and what people say about you. So yeah. I can also say I've learned a lot from your videos. I personally like the ones where you test the power consumption patterns of different motors. Yeah, I honestly like doing those videos, but doing polls, I try to figure out what people want to see, so it's hard to say what videos I should do and don't do. But I'll tell you this right now, wait till you see the minigun video that I'm currently got in the process of editing. Still work to be done on it, but it's going to be a damn good video because I did a lot of modifications to it. So, super glue I love using for my builds is Gorilla Glue. This stuff is so damn good. And then if I need to, the epoxy, I epoxy. And the only thing I epoxy is piston racks. Only if it's absolutely needed. Like for example, they fit in real loose. I epoxy it. So, and how I apply the super glue, and this is through practice, I put it right underneath the flange of the bearing. And so that when I go to push it into the slot that it goes in, there's no way. You hear that? It instantly adhered to the fucking gearbox. But anyways, the excess fills in the gap between the outer race and the groove that is made for these bearings to sit on. It doesn't spill over at all. So that's how I do it. If you get super glue in that bearing, change it out. Because she ain't gonna run smooth for you no more. Yeah, that went in real nice. Now I'm going to do the next one. I'm glad you learned a lot from my videos, dude. That's what they're there for. It means a lot when I hear that, when people are like, hey, I learned a lot from your videos. It's comments like that that makes me want to do them more. So I see them and I'm like, hell yeah, that's exactly what I was shooting for. So I like creating value in my videos as much as I can. Sometimes I overthink it. I feel like sometimes I put in too much info. Come on. Seat. Yeah, super glue immediately started hearing. That's what happens when you surface prep. Right now I'm looking to see if they're flat. Because the flatter you can get your bearings in, or bushings, whatever your preference is, the better your gears are going to sound. I love using EZO bearings because they're the most concentric, precise bearings on the market, and very strong. And because of that precision, you know for a fact your gears are as straight as they could possibly be, perpendicular to each other, or the gearbox. And the more perpendicular your gearbox is, or your gears are to your gearbox, the better sounding your gears are going to be. Same rule applies when your motor alignment. If your gun sounds like shit and you know your bearings, or not your bearings, your gears are shimmed perfectly, check your motor alignment. 9 out of 10 times that's your problem. Sometimes it's just the choice of the bushing, or not bushing, pinion gear not meshing well with the bevel that you chose. So fun fact, the reason why I glue my bearings in, most of the time the gearboxes don't hold them in. Typically, or it should be press fitted. Just enough where it doesn't squeeze the bearing, but just enough to hold it in place. And you don't want your bearings moving around, because one, they're moving around like up and down. It's gonna make shimming harder. You'll be like, hey, I shimmed this gearbox, but I have to shim it again for some reason. Well, that's because your bearing is moving around, dude, and it makes it hard, because it's changing. You have to keep readapting or adding shims until it stops moving around, so it takes you longer. Hold on, I gotta go to over here and beat on this. It's not seating because that super glue is going quick. There we go. Now she's sitting flat, I think. Yep. All right. It's literally turned into gel because of how many times I've opened it and used it. So it started out a little runny, but this is not the gel one. It just says super glue. It does not say gel on it whatsoever, but because of how many times I've opened it and used it, it's dried to the point that it's lost its viscosity to the point, or it's gained viscosity because it's dried enough that it literally comes out almost like a gel. To me, it's perfect. I like it when it's at that point where it's between gel and liquidy, because it spreads better, and when it spreads, it covers more surface area and therefore adheres better. And it's also at that point where once the two surfaces make contact, instantly adheres, just like what these bearings did. And the surface of these bearings have a residual super glue rubbing off from my thumb. It's the downside of doing this is I get super glue on my thumbs all the time. When you seat your bushings, your bearings, always look underneath. Try to look between the flange and the gearbox shell. Make sure that they're pressed down all the way. Alright, I think it's time to shim. Well, one thing I definitely want to check is tappet plate timing. So, pull out the cylinder head. Wonder if I have any spare parts for this. Nozzles, that's right. Look at my tray of nozzles, guys. These are usually leftovers from what I've had in the past. So, when you work on your airsoft gun, you're thinking about changing out your nozzle, and you're just keeping it the same hop up. Always measure the length of your nozzle. So, in this case, get yourself a pair of calipers. If you want to go pro, this is a tech necessity. I like using digital gauge. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. This is the brand Husky, which is a cheap brand. And we got 19.7 millimeters. So we want to try to match that. And this little baggie right here has some EPES nozzles. So I'm going to check for one that is 19.7. Hopefully I got one because I really would like to use an EPES nozzle for this build. I got a 19.8. So might use that guy. It is a little bit longer, so the one thing we got to watch out for, since it's 0.1 millimeter longer than the factory, is feeding issues, because the nozzle might stick into the chamber too much and block the BB from coming up. So that's one thing we're going to have to check. So I'm going to set that there and look for another nozzle as a backup. Let's see how long this one is. This one's modified. I got rid of the collar a little bit because I was trying to fit in the Thompson. That's too long. That's 20.7. 19.8, so that one might work. So I want to reduce nozzle wobble. The downside is that even with the EPS nozzle with tight tolerances, it still wobbles a little bit. Actually, weird. It's not wobbling as much as I thought it would. It's probably because it's shorter. Yeah, it's barely wobbling. It was real smooth. For those who are unfamiliar with the EPES nozzles, they're way better than Max, and here's why. One, it has a tighter tolerance, so it's less likely to wobble. Two, not only it has two O-rings, but they're separated. There's one right here. Here, I'll zoom in for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. There is a O-ring right here, and then one further down, which gives the nozzle more stability on the cylinder head stem. Oh, sorry. This is your cylinder head stem. Most manufacturers make these too damn skinny. And then if you put a Max nozzle on that, it makes it a lot worse. Because Max, for some reason, the inner diameter here is a lot bigger than the EPES nozzle. So, otherwise, I would promote Max nozzles, but I don't because of simply that reason. SHS nozzles are okay. VFC nozzles are okay. I still prefer EPS mainly because the two separation of O-rings and the coating they put on these nozzles is phenomenal. It's a coating that's slippery. It's a slippery surface and prevents from metal scraping. So therefore, it doesn't rub paint off like if you use a Max Hop Up, for example. And I think that's one of the only things that Max does right is their triggers. I love their triggers, and mag releases, and of course their hop ups. I advocate Max hop ups 100%. If you can use them, use them. And I think I'm actually pretty content on this EPS nozzles. And I'm going to show you guys how I make sure they're not going to block the BB from entering the chamber. It's a very simple check. So I'll go ahead and put the cylinder head on. It's another thing I don't like about the SEMA cylinder heads. Yes, they're metal and they're double O-ringed, but they fit so loose in there. So they definitely need those 2 O-rings to keep that seal in. I like to have them tight because it also prevents them, the cylinder heads from moving around. But anyways, so we'll just go ahead and slide this sucker on. Then we'll grab the tappet plate and throw it in the gearbox. And then we'll need to grab the sector gear. So this is how you check your nozzle length for both your seal and if it's gonna let the BB into the chamber, which is the #1 cause issue for Max hop-ups. People with trying to install Max hop-ups in their airsoft guns is that their nozzles end up being too long and don't let the BBs into the chamber and be like, hey, Max hop-ups suck because it makes my gun misfeed. Well, that's because your nozzle's too long there, buddy. But anyways, so right now we're gonna check to see if it's going to seal against the bucking. And I'll zoom in for you guys. Okay. Grab my pick for indicator time. I'm going to center up right there. Okay. So you see this gap right here? I'm going to push the tappet plate forward. You see how much the hop up moved forward? And watch this gap right here, and I'm going to push the hop up into the gearbox as if it was going together. You want at least 1 millimeter of pushback, depending on how stiff your tappet plate is. The stiffer, the better. If it's really flimsy, then you want to have a bigger number than that. But at least 1 millimeter pushback is enough to seal the nozzle against the bucking. And we have way more than that. That's about 3 millimeters of pushback. That's the distance from the face of the inside of the gearbox here to the front facing part of the tappet plate. So that's how you know your nozzle is long enough. If there is absolutely no pushback, you need a longer nozzle, or figure out how to get more stroke into the hop up. One good modification to do to help with that is shave the front of the tappet plate about 1 millimeter, and that will get the nozzle to go into the hop up a bit more. But another thing you got to keep an eye on when you do that is your tappet plate fin will hit your axle, so you might have to make a deeper divot on your fin right here. That's why there's a little dip right here. That's for your axle of your sector gear. So you'll need to make that deeper as well if you modify your tappet plate to come forward more. So now we're going to check for feeding. So I'm going to have to actually elevate the gearbox a little bit somehow. Probably just lay it on top of the other gearbox shell. Yeah, there we go. And elevate the hop up, let it sit in the gearbox, support the front of the barrel. Okay, wait, nope, I gotta have it tilted. So it's a lot easier to do on AR platforms. It all depends on your hop up. But the reason why I have it pointed perpendicular is so that I can drop a BB down in the chamber. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna push your tappet plate as far forward as you can without pushing your hop up forward. You want your hop up pressed up against your gearbox for this test. Okay, And then you're going to grab yourself a BB. And then you're going to take your BB and just drop it down in the chamber. Keep holding your gearbox against the shell. All right. And then what you're going to do is you're going to rotate your sector gear. Ideally, you want to have the other side of the gearbox, you want your shell together and manually turn your sector gear. But the reason why I'm leaving this side off is for demonstration purposes, so you can see what it looks like. But so normally you'll have your shell closed up for this, and then use a pick to turn your sector gear. Anyway, so you'll turn your sector gear while holding your hop up against your gearbox very slowly, and listen to hear that BB drop into the chamber. It just did. I heard it. So what you're doing is you're making sure that this sector gear is going to pull back that tappet plate back far enough to let that BB drop down into the chamber, because there are some tappet plates and or sector gears that won't pull the tappet plate back far enough to let that BB drop down and go into your chamber. And when that happens, that's where you get misfeeding. So we're good here. And matter of fact, it's going to pull back a little bit more. So we're definitely good. So I'm going to check it one more time. Keep that tappet plate all the way forward against the cam. Yeah, it dropped all the way down. You can also shine a light down in the chamber to see if the nozzle is in the chamber a bit. You shouldn't see the tip of your nozzle in through the feed tube. If it's in a ways, your tappet plate isn't getting pulled back far enough, or your nozzle's too long. So a little tidbit there for you guys. All right, so let's get to shimming. Oh wait, I was gonna check tappet plate timing on this, because that big sumbitch right there. Where's the piston? Oh, here it is. Tappet plate timing check now. Hooray! All right, she's bowling, she's bowling, she's bowling. Tappet plate's releasing. Oh, it's actually not bad. We have 2.5 teeth, or we have 1.5, more 1 3/4 teeth left. When I say 3/4, that means that's how much contact it has from the sector tooth to the piston tooth. So 1 whole number means it's completely contact with the piston teeth. Our teeth are completely in contact of each other. When it's partial, depending on observation, I'll say like half or 3/4, and in this case it's 3/4, and the tappet plate is all the way forward. It's all the way forward right now, and we have 1.5 teeth left. I personally don't like that. I prefer to have like 2.5, like right about there. So what I think I'm gonna do is, you see, I lifted the tappet plate over the chip a little bit, and the very end of it is touching it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna trim this leaf further up so that this tappet plate gets released sooner. And because of this big ass delayer chip, it should still feed just fine, because that nozzle is retracted back for a longer period of time. So it is okay to trim the bottom of this leaf a bit more. So I'm just gonna go throw that on my sand belt, because I don't need to have it perfect in this case. Oh, stretch. Hamstrings are a little sore today because I work out. Alright, there we go. Now let's see where this temp plate is completely released at. Alright, so it's not as tall anymore. Alright, recycling, tab plates coming back, pistons coming back, tab plates being released. And it's all the way forward, right? Oop, hold on. Hang on a minute. Okay, it is all the way down. Just looked like it wasn't. Alright, so at this point, we have 3.5 teeth remaining. So that's really good. That means that this nozzle is going to be dwelling on the bucking for a lot longer, and therefore holding, getting a better seal and have more than enough time to seal against the bucking. And we still, from this point right here to here, now it's hard to see. Let's see, to here, we still have about, I want to say 120 degrees of rotation, which I think is ideal for the piston to have enough time to come back to the forward position before the tab plate starts pulling back. So I think it'll be good. So the timing's good now. So I'm gonna have to take this piston head off at some point so I can take the rack out, and I'm just gonna go ahead and epoxy it to the piston. I think I said earlier that I wasn't going to, but I might change my mind. But I definitely want to grind down that tooth to prevent premature engagement of this piston and therefore making it more reliable. Put that away. And same with this, because right now we need to focus on shimming. I might change the bucking in this as well. I don't know yet. The barrel definitely needs to be cleaned. Alright, shimmy time. Shim shim shiroo. I don't like that that's lifting off. Okay. I'll deal with that later. Must focus on shimming. The most boring part of tech building. That's a good bearing. Where's the other side of the shell? Alright, let's see much play. Oh, that's a lot of play. It's more than a millimeter. Yeah. Okay, maybe we'll have to go back down to 4 on that guy, and then screw her down and see how the shimming feels. Oops, where'd that go? So I need this screw in this one and this one. Put it down to 2. Wow. Okay, so I gotta reduce that to another shim. So I put too much. It's 0.2, 0.4 is too much, so it's probably gonna be 0.1, I think. Oh wait, no, the way that I was behaving is 0.2 too much. So now it should be good. It's been a while since I caught one of your streams. How's it going? Oh, hey, Wool. I'm doing good. It's working on this Strike Industries AK. Putting a Payron version 3 hybrid in it. Changed out the bearings so far. I'm doing little mods to it. How much play do we have now? And welcome, dude. Okay, that's good. She's a free spinning spirit. Put that on the bottom. Does the size of the shims make difference on bearings? Is it bad if they cover the outer edge? In my opinion, yes. It's not going to hurt anything, but yes and no. It's going to create more friction, and the reason being is because when your gear spins. One second, I'm going to add a shim here. You're creating friction. Gotta grab my little pointer here. So if your shim is touching the outer part of your bearing, it's gonna try and rotate off of that rather than the inner race. So you're gonna create more friction. So at that point, it's like you might as well use a solid bushing. Oh, I take that back. But anyways, ideally you want a shim that is skinny enough. Let me grab one here. That sits in the inside so that you benefit from the inner race and therefore reducing friction, because the whole idea of using bearings is to reduce friction and reduce load on your motor so your battery lasts longer and your gun shoots faster, cycles faster, you have more trigger response, etc., all that good stuff. So you want to try and get some shims that are sitting the inside. Bushing, shims like what you got that sit out that far, they're fine with solid bushings, and they're fine to use with bearings, but you're losing out on the benefit of reducing the most friction as you possibly can. I hope that makes sense. So to answer your question, yes, it does make a difference. So your gear should free spin like that. When you put those shims on there, it's almost like, I'll just show you what it looks like. So this is what happens. I threw away my shims that were that skinny, but anyways, there you go. That's what it looks like. Versus you make the gear only touch the inner race, because that's your goal. I mean, just look at that. I mean, that just free spins easily. So you're getting rid of all that friction. I would say kind of bad, not absolutely bad. So kind of bad. What's everybody doing for Christmas? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm shimming this guy now. Oh God, that's a lot. Still a lot. Yeah, that's gonna be too much. Try 0.3. Wait, that feels like a 0.5. Nope, it's 0.3. Shims that I use have the thickness written on them. Really convenient. Yeah, she's too tight. Just barely. So we have 0.3 right here, and I'm gonna pull that off and put it 0.2 instead. You don't stream on Twitch anymore? No, not really, because I have more following on YouTube, and I want to support my channel more than my channel on Twitch. Okay, we're good on that. I like to put a 0.2 on the back of my bevels. So I've had too many instances where if I don't have a 0.2 gap between the bottom of the bevel to the gearbox shell, in some cases, just from the sheer torque of the motor, will drive down the one side of the bevel into the gearbox and grind against it, and therefore creating more friction. And I find that at least minimum of 0.2 millimeter spacing prevents that from ever happening. Unless the bearing fails, which is extremely rare to have happen on the bevel. Oh, I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Yep, I am. You recommend Gate Aster? I've seen mixed reviews on it. Nope. I personally hate the Gate Aster. The number one issue with Gate Asters is the trigger detection. Because it's optical. The main issue with those damn things is that, let's say, well, mainly on the AR platforms. The AKs, it's not so bad. But the AR platforms, the version 2s, let's say my pinky is the trigger. What ends up happening is that the axle holes for that trigger make that trigger wobble a lot. Even if you shim it to where it doesn't wobble side to side, when you pull down the trigger, it will. When you pull on the trigger, it won't be in the same exact spot when it returns. So it screws up your trigger calibration every time. The better way to do it was the way the pay run did it, is with a magnet and using a Hall sensor that detects through magnetism. And so it doesn't matter where that trigger goes, if it makes any movement whatsoever, it says, okay, shoot. So there's no calibration needed. It never gets messed up. It's always the same every time. And that's the problem with gate asters. Not only that, but they have a high failure rate anyway. Whereas the pay runs and other brands, they don't have that issue. Especially my favorite is the pay run. Do you remember? Oh, I already read that. Never mind. So, anyways, back to shimming. Just put a 0.2 on that because I think that's what that'll do. Don't care. That'll do. You have to put the motor cage on just to double check. Okay, so I was using the wrong screw. This one's super duper long. Okay, so that's a little too tight. Nope, I don't even like the Gate Titan. Jeftron Leviathan. Jeftron Leviathan or the Jeftron Skyla. I think I pronounced that right. Again, Gate Titans, and I've heard the Gate Titan 2s have a high failure rate as well. Oh, whoops. I guess I missed Oh, dude. I forgot that was you, Tommy. Thanks for letting me know, buddy. Sorry. I forgot. My name is different here. Been great watching the stream. I don't know, thanks for this. Alright, you have a good one, Campo. Sorry if I'm late on replying to that. I didn't notice it. So putting the bigger ones on the gear side than the last one smaller? No, just use not as wide shims, period. Just get, you know, not as wide. Cerberus, honestly, it comes down to preference, so it's hard to say. You need to ask yourself, do you need those extra features from Expert? Because Expert's not going to give you any extra performance unless you're really specific on how you want your gun to run. That would be the only reason why to upgrade to Expert. Expert doesn't make it more reliable, more or less. It gives you more tunability, which you could make it a little bit more reliable, but it's in most cases, for most people, it's not really worth it. It just, like I said, just comes down to preference. What do you mean by speed trigger? Because that can mean quite a few things. So everybody has their different meaning of it. So I've heard that a lot, and each person that I've heard that from mean it in a different way. So you'll have to elaborate a little bit there, Colin. What? Okay. What the heck? It's moving too much, damn it. Did the shim fall off or something? Sorry if that's loud, guys. Faster, less pull, more snappy. The snappiness is going to come from your cycle speed. So faster gear sets, faster motor is going to give you a snappy trigger response. Faster, less pull is going to come from having a trigger that you have set screws that can adjust that for how much throw you have, and trigger sensitivity. So there's a lot involved into having the speed trigger. I'm assuming you're using an AR platform, right? Or is it an AK? So, what's a sliding MOSFET?
Hello. How are y'all doing? Alright, anything I can help you with? Okay.
I could add another 0.1. Is it that AK that had the electric blowback, Tommy? It's good to hear from you, man. Where the two metals touch instead of just a touch. Okay, so it's an AR. I have a max trigger, but the base MOSFET is not smooth pulling. Still trying to understand what a sliding MOSFET is. So where two metals touch instead of just a touch. Yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding. I mean, I know you're talking about an AR. How'd you get a frozen shoulder? Stay out in the cold too much? Just kidding. Yeah, the teeth aren't concentric on this. It's way worse than the Javon. Oh, so you're using a MOSFET, an inline MOSFET? Is that what you meant by a sliding MOSFET? And then you have that plugged into your trigger contacts. I don't really have any examples right now. I'm gonna pull this motor out so I can change out the pinion. Get a Payron version 2 hybrid put in it, man, and dial in your max trigger, and you'll have the smoothest pulling trigger you've ever seen or felt. Interesting screws. For me, that's what I'll do. And shim the max trigger to your gearbox so it doesn't tilt side to side when you install that MOSFET. Damn! This is a good motor. Okay. Payron, the Payron version 2 hybrid. The box literally looks like this, but instead of saying V3, it says V2. But if you never worked on airsoft guns before, dude, I would highly advise having a professional install it for you, because it's a process to install. Damn, they really shoved that thing down. I might have to go put this in my vise and hammer down the... Yep, I'm gonna have to go put this in my vise. I'll be right back. Mike is staying with me so you get to listen to me hammer away. So little mods like this, they can make all the difference in the world in any build. Changing out the pinion to something that's meshes better. All sorts of good stuff. I'm on my vise right now. Getting ready to place the motor in the vise so I can get the damn pinning gear out. Alright. Let's get that motor out. They press fit a D-type pinion on this damn thing. It's funny. Alright, got it off. I love Payron, yes I do, but only with a clicker. How about you? Clicker or not, it works fine with me. I like this Jeftron Skyla more now because it does everything that the Payron does and allows you to program it off your phone instead of the selector switch and trigger. The clicker, I specifically would use the Payron version 2 hybrid or the Skyla because it allows you to keep your safety switch mechanically operable. Whereas anything else like the Titan or the Jeftron Leviathan, you'd have to get rid of that so that it would fit, obviously. Just looking for pinning gears. I found some. Ooh, we got a good one right here. Hell yeah. Okay. Yes, as long as it's unmodified. The Payron comes with a magnet holder that you will attach to the top of the trigger. But like I said, if you've never installed one before, which it sounds like you haven't, I highly recommend have somebody do it for you that has, and they're very familiar with it. if you do decide to do it yourself, read the instructions very carefully. It's very important to read those instructions. Don't skim through it, like literally verbatim follow its instructions. Because they're very important information that you have to know when you're installing those, and when the pay run MOSFET, or any MOSFET for that matter, not just the pay run. Is that the pronounced way of saying that? I have the Leviathan version 2 and I love the feel. It's a bit smoother than my Criteria feeling. Criteria has that realistic trigger feel though. That's just how I pronounce it. Everybody has their way of pronouncing it. So I don't think there's a right or wrong. As long as you know what I'm talking about, that's all I care about, to be honest. I find it funny when people correct me. Pay run or pay run. You know what I mean, jelly bean. So I'm using my press fitter to put this D-type on because there's burrs inside the pinion gear here for manufacturing process for the set screw, and I don't want to hammer it on and ruin the motor. So plus I want to use that those burrs to hold it on tighter. Can't do this on brushless motors, unfortunately. That's just how I pronounce it. I don't know if that's the right way or wrong way of pronouncing it. Skyla. I've installed a few of them so far, and I like them. You do get less benefits or features, tunability features like you do with the Leviathan. But most of those features you don't really need anyway, so it's not that big a deal in my opinion. I can put these away now. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, bird built. Excuse me. Did a burp. Using acetone on the threads on this pinion gear because I like the surface prep. Because there's always grease and oil in those threads. I want my super glue to adhere to the set screws so it never, ever breaks loose. It's always been something I've done in the past. Never had a pinion gear come out because of that. Now my Gorilla Glue. And you only need a little itty bitty dot inside there, and that's more than enough. Because all that super glue spreads out quite a bit. There's that dot. Oh wow, I actually didn't get it on the threads. What's up? What's going on?
Apparently it's still falling out.
What?
He said it fell out twice yesterday. He was showing it off.
Okay. Yeah. Something's pushing it out. I gotta figure out what. All right. She's on. I'm gonna put it back in.
Okay.
All right, guys. I gotta shift gears here. I gotta mess with the Terran Tactical pistol. What about the T238 MOSFETs? Which version is most reliable? The reliability is going to come down to how well you install it, and then you don't break anything. The optical sensor is going to be ideal.
It's still pushing it out. Oh, it did.
But
it still pushed it out.
If you want to get a T238 MOSFET, go with the optical ones. The micro switches, yes, they're a lot cheaper, but you got to keep in mind that you can easily break them just from installing the thing. If you're not paying attention to where you're placing the electronic trigger unit in the gearbox, because I'm guilty of breaking said selector or switches. Let me see it.
I didn't once and it pushed it out.
The mag.
Yeah, but I'm not getting it to replicate. Did it once, but I'm not getting it to replicate. Oh, it'll push out without it being in line. I noticed that as well.
Let's see what the heck is pushing it out.
Is the mag too wide somehow?
I'm just seeing something here, just seeing if it's...
Brushing against it or something?
That's what it is.
The mag is pushing against it?
Oh, see that pin right there?
Yeah.
That's for the mag, that little... Here, I'll show you. This right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's your mag follower. This right here is what trips this up and makes it the slide lock back.
Okay.
So this is your slide lock. And I gotta figure out how much of that is too much and sticks out too much.
Just the best way to do it is
Fine.
put it in like normal and then put the hold it and put the magazine in. And then see what moves. Just a thought.
I can't see what moves if the slide's in the way.
And that's what I'm saying is like put that in without the slide on and then load the magazine and then see what moves.
Right there.
So the pin is too long.
Yeah, it's been hitting it. This channel right here.
It's not lined up on
So
the channel.
if you tilt the magazine this way, it pushes it out. See, it just pushed it out. So what's happening is the mag's tilting in. So I think, let's see how much I can take that off by.
Jesus. This company just made flaws all over the place, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I just need to sand a little bit of material off and then that might fix it. But yeah, if you look on the top of the mag, you can see where it was hitting.
And so it's not hit. It's supposed. I'm guessing it's supposed to be hitting that groove, and it's not.
No, it is hitting the groove. It's not supposed to. That's why there's a relief here.
Awesome.
I just need to sand that pin down just a tiny bit, and it'll stop. It should stop doing it. Let me see it. Yeah, there's
It's
the
been
even.
rubbing. Yeah, it's been eating away at it too. Eventually, it probably would have fixed itself after a few dozen.
Yeah, and then as soon as he gets a new mag, it'll be right back to doing it again.
I get. It's still locking in. Well, I mean, slide's not holding it in.
No, you don't need to slide to hold it in.
Oh,
No, this retention pin is what holds it in.
where did it go? I heard it hit here. Black on on black.
Check the floor.
Let's see.
Hold on.
There it is.
Thank you.
Need this gear?
Nope, throw it away. It's trash.
Oh.
It's almost like that pin doesn't need to be there at all. Because that sticks out so damn far.
Wouldn't whittle it down too much just in case, you know.
Well, that's just it. Like,
Still doing it.
yeah. Like, yeah, see, now it's making a groove. Because now there's a sharp edge.
Just take it all off, I guess. Black gas and hold chamber locked down with a mag plus spam fire. What monstrosity is he trying?
Yeah, see, this one doesn't even have the pin sticking out.
You think just overall it might just be a manufacturer defect, like the pin was supposed to be flush and it fucked up?
Doesn't look like it. Looks like it was meant to be there.
So I'll tell you what it is. New design causing flaws.
See how that's popping out? That's because the mag follower is doing that, like it's supposed to.
Oh yeah, with the slide being up on top, it would keep it from bouncing up.
I think that's why they put that pin there, so it doesn't do that. But this won't pop out because of the mag. Yeah, I can safely take that pin all the way down.
Okay. Probably a new design they were trying, you think?
I don't know.
Sorry about all the, having to fix the manufacturer problems. Just pulled the lottery and Roswell has the same issues.
Well, that definitely fixed the problem.
Did it?
Yeah, but I gotta make sure the slide actually locks back now. Since I took that
Thing out?
that nub off. Well, for the realism, it kind of matters.
Yeah, you get that realism, but it's not gonna hurt the gun to not lock it.
Yeah, it still locks the slide to the rear. Yeah, so I think it was when I found that if you tilted the mag into, like, in this direction, it pushed that out because there was a, I'll show you what was going on. Because when I did it, I actually got it to fly out.
I had to go find it.
Yeah, so there was a pin that was sticking up right up that high. And what it's for is that, you see that guy right there? That's part of your follower. So when you run out of ammo, that comes up and pushes this up, like this.
Yep.
And so that pin, when this would come up, right you can see the little divot right there
Yep.
where that pin was hitting.
Okay.
And when that would hit the pin, it would knock it out every
Okay.
time you put the magazine in.
Yeah.
So I tested that theory, really tilted in there, and then as
Yeah.
fast as I can, and it
Yep.
flew right out. And then I just tried it again, and now it doesn't do it no more.
Yeah, there was one instance where I had a friend who was just racking it back and forth and it fell out. So,
Oh, just without the mag?
yeah, without the magazine. But I haven't been able to get it to do that since for some reason. So,
You might have accidentally pushed
yeah,
that.
may have.
If it's because it's really easy to rest your finger on that.
Oh, absolutely.
It looks a lot better on this side. It looks like it's seated better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what was going on. The mag was pushing it out.
What
Okay.
that pin was the-
Because it also may have been the case that the mag was in there, and it pushed it out a little bit, and then
Yep.
he took the mag out and started doing that, and
Yeah.
it fell out the rest of the way.
Yeah.
So
Because the 2 times it happened was when someone was just racking the slide back and forth, and then the other one, I had a friend who started shooting it, and it started popping out, so the slide kept cycling instead of locking back. So
yeah, it's
it
probably
might have
yeah.
been bumping around in there.
When the slide's going, it's moving the mag off to
Yeah.
left and right because the BBs are coming up,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Okay.
yeah. So it was this.
So that little pin that was on there, why was it there? I mean, if
I
it's-
don't know because my older Terran Tactical does not have that. So yeah, I could show you mine.
I think it might have been like a weird design choice.
Be right back, chat.
Not exactly the best design
Chat
choice.
talking to customers. But yeah, this is mine. This one's old. But you see that there's no evidence of that pin,
Yeah.
and this actually fit in yours just fine,
Yeah.
and it didn't get pushed out, but.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no mag. But
Yeah.
it was similar, but yours is newer.
Okay.
It's the same platform.
Mm-hmm.
You good with that?
Yeah, and just
So, like I said, you just got the lucky gun that had the most.
Yeah.
If it gives you issues again, we'll give you a refund, full refund.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
Yeah.
Okay.
My only concern is I'm probably not going to be using it for several weeks. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'd say at worst, at best, take it home and at least today. Throw a few rounds through it just to make sure, and then if you don't, then you can put it away after that. But just kind of give it a nice little full testing play with it, just to make sure.
Yeah. And I don't have any green gas or anything at home, so I was just running out what was left in the mag. So
I'm gonna top it off for you if you want.
that'd be great if you would.
Here, let's fill it up for him.
Yeah.
All right, got that fixed. I learned a new thing today. And I had the same little nub pin. I never had any issues. So what ended up being the issue was, gosh, where's my mag? Oh, here it is. So I'll show you what was going on, guys, and why that pin was causing issues. So this mag's a little different. Okay. So that pin that you were talking about, Tommy, it was hitting right here on the mag. Right here. So if you tilted the magazine to one side of the Terran Tactical aggressively, it would hit that pin and knock the slide lock out because of this right here. So, and then I compared it to my Terran Tactical, and it does not have that pin, so I just grounded it up flat. And this right here was still able to make contact with the slide lock, so therefore fixing the problem. So I just sanded it flush, and bam. Found your YouTube recently. Have been binging. Your Discord helped with that Echo One AR 25K build. I also prefer longevity over features. So would you say the feel of the new Skyla is nicer than the Jeff John version 2? So if it's let's see, longevity. Longevity is going to be the same between the both of them, in my opinion. Actually, the Jeftron Leviathan still uses a micro switch, or button, I should say, to activate its trigger, whereas the Skyla uses a Hall sensor, just like the Payron. So, in my opinion, and this is just theory, I don't know this for a fact, but you're getting, with the Skyla, because you're using the Hall sensor, you're getting rid of a mechanical part. And the Hall sensor, I've never had one fail on me. So, that being said, I think the Skyla is going to be more reliable in the longevity side of things. But again, I have a Jeftron Leviathan that's seen hundreds of thousands of rounds. In my LMG, I've never had the micro switch fail. So, with that being said, either one of them will be fine. It just really depends on what you want out of the features. I think it really comes down to the features. And that's what Jeftron tried to do, is make his products have all the longevity down the road, so all you have to decide on is what features do you want. Sorry I got back to you, Bird Built. Sorry I got back to you late. Man, I'm out of it today. I need coffee. I've been drinking coffee. Right. Where were we? Oh yeah. I was gonna shim bevel the pinion, and now I have to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back, guys. There we go. My mic. Thank you. Alright, I'm back. That was my only worry about the version 2, as the micro switch was on the dinky top of the board and was difficult to tune, as they is that tiny little tin flap. Well, it's now a button. It's no longer a lever type micro switch. It's a button now. And the button is actually much better in my opinion, because you can really get that trigger right up against that button and use the button as your spring to bring back your trigger to the neutral position. So your button becomes your spring for your trigger, if that makes sense. So what you do is that you get a max trigger and you adjust the set screws to right where that trigger touches the button, and stop right there, and then leave your trigger spring out, and then suddenly you can now feel the button through the trigger off of your finger, and you just have to barely touch the trigger to make it shoot, so it becomes a speed trigger. You limit the throw using the set screws off the max trigger. So I've done a few ARs this way, and it works amazing. It is so fun to shoot with that setup. So fun. I love doing those ones, because once you have it set, it's so satisfying. It's just like, damn, I can feel that button right through the trigger. It's great. I wonder if I get demonetized for that. That's copyright. I'm telling. Speak of copyright, this music that's playing is on Spotify, and it's royalty free. So I don't even know the artist. All right. Now, let's get this motor height adjusted. The first thing I want to check is, does this motor cage wobble on this? Because usually that's the case with these damn AKs. Oh. Don't think so, because that went on pretty tight. Yeah. What's sad is that an LCT motor cage wobbles. So we're good there. Alright. Go grab the bevel gear and set our motor height. That way we can do the proper thimming of thim through. I like thimming, thimming. I'm a looking. And I think I'm a liking. Yeah. I'm a liking. I don't even have to adjust the motor. The motor's set right where it needs to be. Sweet. Now, I'm going to put the shim back on this sumbitch. And check the spacing between the teeth of the bevel and pinion. Height is good. I love it when I don't have to mess around with the motor height. It's just already set. It's like, damn. Hamburger. Anybody doing anything for Christmas? Sorry, not the button. It's the brake action of that 10-piece. I end up gluing in the Wyshtech in the nice. I always remove it. I hate that thing. I know what you're. I think I know what you're talking about now, Bird Built, and I don't like it. I just wiggle it out with a pair of pliers until it comes out. Thank you, honey. Okay. Hey. There we go. Alright, so there's a spot I can reach in now. Yeah. Dang it. I'm going to have to run the screws through. Hooray! Screw it. Oops. Super duper magnets. Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move some shims around. That's kind of unfortunate. Oh well. That's why I do this. So what's going on here is that the bevel is too close to the pinion. It's pressing too hard into it. So I need to lift the teeth away from the pinion by moving the shims around. And I think a 0.2 will do it. Do it. Wait, that's 0.1. Shit. I thought I had a 0.2 on this, but I guess not. Well, let's just hope that the 0.1 does it. Hope the 0.1 shim that I took from the bottom of the bevel to the other side. I hope that lifts it up high enough that we don't get a super duper teeth press of doom. You know what's sucks sometimes when I'm doing all this shimming and stuff? If I'm using the same exact gears and the same exact motor and I'll only change the pinning gear like what I'm doing here, sometimes it doesn't always make the gear sound better. And it's just the nature of the beast. The factory gearing still sucks. Okay, the 0.1 did help, but I might have to back off. No, there's some play on that one. Yeah, it's not concentric. Yay! Wait, maybe it is. Hold on. Okay, we got play between the bevel and pinion, so that's good. Yeah, I'm gonna call that good. So I wanted a bit of a trigger take up, so that's why I left it. It was my personal replica, so I was going for as real as I could get at the time for an AEG. Okay, that's fair. Now we're about done with shimming, and we can move on to get piston taken care of. So motor's good to go. Now we can shim the gears to each other. So this one can't move now. We can't move it up or down because it's set and it's done. Now we're going to see how much tooth contact we have on the outer edge of the spur gear. Try to get as much tooth contact of our bevel. One thing you got to be careful of is that when you raise your spur gear, you could possibly have to raise your sector gear as well to keep it from rubbing on your spur. So try to avoid raising your spur if you can. Oh man, that's bad. We got like 60% tooth to tooth contact between the bevel and the spur gear. So I gotta raise it. I have no choice. It sucks. Can try to raise it by, what is the shim? 0.2. See where that gets us. Doesn't sound like much, but it is quite a bit. It might get us to 70%, and that's ideal. Minimum. Okay, that actually got us to 80%. That 0.2. Okay, let's see if it's rubbing. Oh, there's no way it's going to be rubbing. Yeah, we're about 70%, 80% tooth contact, so that should be good. Now, if you have to raise your sector gear to keep it from rubbing on your spur gear, one thing you have to keep in mind and watch out for is your tappet plate fin rubbing on the side of it. Because you can have your sector gear rise up so high that it pinches your tappet plate, and your tappet plate doesn't come forward anymore because it's pinched up against the gearbox because of the sector gear. So we'll check for that once we get our sector gear set. first I'm going to see if they're rubbing, and I almost guarantee you they are. So I always look down on the bottom here and look straight between the spur and sector gear using a light, and you want to see a gap both on the top and bottom portion of the spur gear, and there's a gap on the top portion of the spur gear, but not one at the bottom portion of the spur gear. So that means it's touching, the spur gear is touching on the flat part of the bottom part of the sector gear, so it definitely needs to be raised. So I'm going to take this, I think this is a 0.2, and that might fix it. Yep, that's 0.2. So raising it by a 0.2, and hopefully that's not too much. Okay. Alright, checking it again, and now we have a gap. And I always give it a good spin to see, just in case if they're wobbling, because if you don't compensate for the, let's say these two hands are the gears. If they wobble, they might do this number when you spin them, and they'll touch each other. Either replace the gears to ones that aren't doing that, or shim them further apart if you have no choice, if that's the only gears you got to work with. Do you ever start just shimming everything to the gearbox, then do the bevel and set the spur and sector? That's exactly what I'm doing right now. That's the exact process that I just got, that I'm doing right now. And I'm at the part where I'm setting the spur and sector after. So I always start with the sector first, then the spur, and then the bevel, because honestly, either way, it doesn't matter. It's not going to take more or less time to do either way, in my opinion. It just comes down to preference, and I've always done it that way, and that's where I'm most efficient with, because of practice. So now I'm going to take out the spur gear, put the sector gear back, and I'm going to see if the tappet plate rubs on the sector gear. So that's really easy to do. You just put your tappet plate and your sector gear in, you grab your gearbox shell, take 2 screws, you can just do front and back, it doesn't really matter. Actually, I'm going to switch these two. The thing you're watching for is you just reach through the window here, move your tappet plate back and forth, and see if your sector gear moves around. Barely touching it. That's ideal. You either don't want touching it at all or just barely. I'm lightly putting my finger on the sector gear to see how much it's touching it. And it's just barely. Oh yeah, and the reason why it spun there is because I hit the tappet pin. Yeah, it's barely. So that's not going to do anything. Under load, the tappet plate rubs on it anyway, so the fact that it's barely rubbing on it is fine. What you don't want is where you move it, and this is just an example, and your gear just moves back and forth with the tappet plate. That's bad. Yeah, it's well, you know how shimming is. It's a tedious process, and it takes some time, especially when you're distracted with the stream. But anyways, shimming's good. So I'm gonna put these gears back on the tray. My little handy dandy tray over here. plate back because we're done with that. And we're about to modify the piston. So I'm taking the bottom shims and putting them on the pegs on my tray. They're labeled the letter B as in Bravo to indicate that they go on the bottom of the gear. I'm taking both the top and bottom of the second gear because I'm going to take the second gear real quick to the vise. I'm going to first pull this delayer chip out, clean the surfaces, put some glue on, and then press fit it down so that it doesn't rise up again like it did on this guy, because I don't want this coming apart. This is the tappet spring. Such a skinny little guy. A little feller. Okay, I'll pry this guy up. Actually, I don't want to use a pick. Use this guy instead. Nope, that's too thick a McGee. Yeah, there we go. This is what I want. Oh, damn, that actually is on there pretty tight. I'm just going to work it off. Work it, twist it, turn it. There we go. Got it off. Okay. Make sure these screws right here on the gear are tight. Yep, they're good. Good now. Oh, from Airsoft Formula, but I'm gonna have I'm having them make me a Wyshtech edition one, and I'll be selling them. Don't have a price point yet. Dude, I enjoy the questions, honestly. That's why I do these streams. I mean, for crying out loud, the thumbnails does say Q&A. So, making good use of that, man. Keep it up. Okay. Let me get my acetone back out. Do you want to clean and shine? Clean and shine. Hooray! So, goes on this way. Okay. Right now I'm getting my version of it printed out, and maybe in a week or two I'll get that one in, because I still got to do testing and check for quality assurance and stuff, you know. Once that's done, then if everything goes well, then maybe February. All right, I gotta go to my vise and press fit this. Oops. There we go. Man, this thing is fighting me. Trying to make sure that this delayer chip sits completely flat on the gear, because it wasn't before. And I want to make sure the glue is actually making contact with it too. There we are. Yeah, it looks good now. Way better. I just gotta wipe off the excess with my Q-tip. I'll stay tuned then. Also, this an AK? If so, what make and model? So this AK is a Strike Industries, or EMG Strike Industries, that is made by SEMA. This is a SEMA Platinum AK. That EMG is like, hey man, why don't you make me a Strike Industries version of it, and we'll pay you money to do it. And SEMA's all like, okay. And voila, this airsoft gun is born. I'll get this metal shaving off here and deburn it. Kind of scared because I might jab myself. 'Cause I'm not a very smart man. There we go. Yay. Yeah, that's never coming off. That's on there. And we're putting a Payron version 3 hybrid in it. And a Payron clicker. Now I gotta figure out how to install it. Oh wait, there might be a manual. But first, I gotta get that installed. Ricky Bobby. Water boy. That was a water boy reference. God damn it. Just throw this away because I don't need it. If I had the choice, I would put the Bugatti Nebo hop-up in it. But Bugatti from Germany just recently went, hey, we're no longer going to ship to US again, because they've done this in the past and they're doing it again. And I'm willing to bet it's because it was something to do with the elections. But we won't get into that mess. Alright. So I'll take this guy and figure out how this fits in here. Should probably look up the instructions. I wonder what this actually attaches to. I guess we'll find out. No, I think I figured it out. Goes right here. Interesting. So we only need the trigger. It's like figuring out a puzzle, how this shit goes together. I think I just figured it out. Oh my gosh, if that's the case, then I don't have to deal with a 2-piece trigger. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, look at that. I think the added magnets changes the amount of tension. So I'll just take all 3 of those off and see what that does. That's super cool because now you don't have to worry about the second piece here, because now it's this whole thing is supported. That is super cool. Yeah, it feels like the tension feels about the same. There's a screw there. Yeah, I'm probably going to look at the instructions here in a minute. I think you unscrew this to make it more sensitive. Let's back it off a bit and see what that does. Okay. There's another set screw. This set screw is probably what holds it together. I see. I wonder if that makes the trigger more sensitive. Come on. I'll put this down first. That's right. Now I think that's how it adjusts the trigger sensitivity. About to find out. Oh, it's to adjust your backlash so that your trigger doesn't wiggle and it sits right up against it. That's super cool. There's another set screw right there. I wonder what that one's for. I'm just gonna look up the instructions. Right, Bird? It's probably only like 1 pound magnetic. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. When I had all 3 of them, because it comes with 3 extras, it didn't make any difference, or it just doesn't feel any different. It's a really cool design. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my phone and scan the QR code. Please don't turn. Okay, so okay, all right, it's downloading the clicker. Let's see what features the clicker has. Compatibility, how does it work? Okay, let's see. Brake force, so you can adjust the brake force. Installation, okay, I did it right. Brake force, okay. Return spring in the middle, held by a screw. So hard trigger pull. To adjust the brake force, choose one of the 2 pivot points on the clicker's lever mechanism, and changing the position of the return spring. The default spring the default setting is hard, but you can change it to light by removing the pin and sliding it into the other pivot point, then removing the screw which holds the return spring in the middle position and installing it in the holding fitting to the left. Oh, I see. So I'm gonna zoom in for you guys. Okay, so it's saying You move this pin to this position, and then you see there's a return spring in the middle position. So then you move this return spring from here to here, and that will lighten up the trigger brake, of which it this works basically in any version 3 setup. And as far as the magnets go, note that using these magnets with the steel AK receivers cause the clicker to become locked. However, this can be worked around by gluing a piece of non-ferromagnetic material on top of the magnet so that it does not stick to the receiver. Keep in mind that with such solution, the over travel will be additionally limited. Additional magnets for increased trigger hardness and replicas with plastic receiver. The magnets hold the metal part by themselves and are not prone to falling off due to vibration. However, the technician installing the clicker chooses to do so, they can additionally glued in place. Okay. Okay, so the magnets do increase the hardness of the trigger brake. So pre-travel is the low resistance part of the trigger movement before the wall is encountered. Pre-travel can be adjusted by 2 screws indicated below. This allows not only for the pre-adjustment of pre-travel, but also the trigger position when at rest, so that it is not positioned too far towards the front. So what it's saying is, to my understanding, where's my trigger? There it is. There's a set screw right here, and then set screw right here and right here. This one adjusts to how far it comes down, rotates this way. This one is for when it makes contact with the trigger mechanism when you pull on the trigger, so you can get rid of that. You can reduce that spacing or make the brake a lot closer than it already is. Pre-travel, and then you can adjust your over travel. You can limit how far the trigger can travel after the brake. Use the screw shown in the picture below. Okay, so this one is for after the brake, how much it keeps going. So you adjust this screw right here in front of my finger to adjust how far the trigger will keep going after it passes that brake. So limiting the over travel too much will cause the trigger to not reset properly. Further shots will not be fired immediately after trigger resets. Okay, so it's just saying don't do it too much, otherwise it causes issues. It also has tips for more realism. In some AK replicas, it might be difficult to precisely recreate the trigger feel of a real AK with its long pre-travel, because the range of trigger movement might not be wide enough. In such cases, the technician installing the trigger should blah 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 blah. So it shows you what mods you can do to the trigger to make it more realistic feeling, but I'm not going to worry about that. The Payron version 3 hybrid's trigger sensitivity. Okay, so once the clicker is installed in the gearbox, it suggests to put the should be on level 4 on both selector positions. In some cases, it might be necessary to lower the sensitivity to level 3 to avoid shots before the trigger brake, or level 5 for a very short over travel setup. And the rest of the info: modification to the trigger required in some replicas, saying that in some, let's see, try to get this, saying trim down the peg right here for your AK trigger down a little bit, but I don't think we need to, because it says in some replicas, one of the surfaces near the pushing part of the trigger might require being ground down a 0.5 millimeters as shown in the picture below. If it's not needed, a part of the clicker that holds the smaller pre-travel adjustment screw, which is the trigger part is scraping against, might be removed instead. And just suggest the test before assembly. That's it. So yeah, it's got a lot of really cool adjustability features. Oh, eat my sandwich here. Because I'm hungry. Alright. So, I think what we'll do is set the pre-travel and travel or whatever on this AK. Gosh, I wish we had like a aftermarket trigger. I'll match the aesthetic with the this Strike Industries AK. Oh yeah, you can really tailor it to your liking. But I think what I'm going to go for here is limit the amount of travel and make it basically a speed trigger or a feather trigger. So I'm going to play around with that. And what's cool is that you don't need to use the magnets off of what comes with the version 3. Oops. This guy. You don't need this anymore because it's already in the clicker. It's the same way with the version 2 because I've messed around with the version 2. So the brake is right there. I think I'll screw that in a little bit more. Let's see if we can. How far can it go in? Or what if I go all the way out? What happens then? Trying to see where the screw is actually interacting. Huh. Oh, that's how it limits it. It needs to come up. So you unscrew it. Okay. Because I know what it's making contact with. I think. Yep. So this peg right here. This peg right here. That's in these AKs. This guy. This screw right here that I backed out is what stops the trigger from over travel. So this is your over travel screw because it hits this when you pull the trigger. So the more you unscrew this screw right here, the more it reduces your over travel. Adjusting over travel first. I don't know. I've already adjusted pre-travel, and I like where it's at. There's no dead zone in the trigger, so that's gone. Let's see if I did it too much. Probably. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I did way too much. I can't even pull the trigger. I do half as much. There we go. It's very easy to tune. Get that in there. Okay. Yeah, I like my over travel to the point where I can't pull the trigger. That's the way I roll, man. I play it safe. Yeah, it's getting there. Still have too much adjusted there. Yeah, it's barely unscrewed out now. There we go. I think I know what I'm going to do. Screw in just a little bit more. Probably maybe a quarter turn. I think we got it. Because it did say that you can have so much over travel that this trigger won't reset all the way. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me because pre-travel affects that. Back off this screw a little bit. Nope, not too big. It's a 1.3 millimeter set screw. I'm gonna do a half a turn. Let's see what that did. So I'm having the trigger come back further. Doing adjusting the pre-travel now. So I like the over travel right now. Stops right when it shoots is ideally what I was looking for. Come on. There you go. Okay, that's better. Plugs battery in for full auto only, always. Try adjusting the pre-travel all the way, maybe. Oh, it's actually really good. So when the break happens, which is right there, it's over traveling just a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the over travel. Probably do a quarter turn. There, there's a quarter turn. So what I'm trying to do is limit the amount of throw. Trying to make it small. The fact that everything's on screws, you can just dial it in perfect. Nope, nope, shit. Come on. So this makes me realize that for my G36 that I have, I need to get this clicker for it. I think I'm going to call it good on that.
I got a clicker.
It's all good, man. There's a delay in the stream anyway. So I think this is good to go. I am now convinced to get this for my G36 because the G36 that I have, the problem is there's a lot of over travel in that guy. It was either not enough pre-travel or too much over travel. What ends up happening is the pay run in that thing, I have the pay run version 3 in it, pull the trigger and it swings so much that it acts like it's in binary. So it detects the trigger twice in one movement. So I think it's the amount of throw, and the fact that you can put this in and limit the amount of throw has me excited. Because I've been looking at revisiting my G36 for a while now. Because I have, believe it or not, a max G36 hop-up in it. And that thing shoots so goddamn smooth, it's ridiculous. But anyways, I'm going to set this off to the side. And do the part that I dread the most. I don't like doing this MOSFET. And the only reason, it's not hard, it's just tedious. There's nothing wrong with it. I prefer not to do the version 2 hybrid than over the version 3. If I could put the version 2 in this, I would. But it's an AK, and that requires the version 3 anyway. Where the hell did that little screw go? Well, it's a good thing I got a tray of them. Tiny screws, hooray! Let's see, what one do I want to do? This one, maybe? No, I don't think it's wide enough. That's not wide enough. This one looks wide enough. Let's find out. Keep forgetting to keep what I'm working on in the center of the video so you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I want to make sure that this curvature on this MOSFET sits as center as possible on that bearing. There we go. Screw does not protrude out on the other side of the gearbox. That's really important to keep an eye on when you're installing MOSFETs. So, good and tight. Now let's grab our setup here to make sure it's not going to interfere with anything. Okay, cool. So it looks like it's going to be just fine. It's not interfering with the clicker whatsoever, so that's great. Alright. Now, we get to figure out how much of this wiring we actually need. So I'm going to run 2 screws down. Excuse me. Where's that little clippy thing that sits on the top? I do like that SEMA makes these tabs for this guy. Any tips for version 2 MP5 beveled opinion? It's all guesswork, bud. Those... Trying to think. Those are really tricky. You just gotta eyeball it the best you can. It sucks, but that's really all you can do. So I'm actually gonna get some shrink wrap. Put all this wiring together. I just hate that the stuff that I got is just really thick. And it interferes with how the gearbox sits in the receiver. Oh man, I'm running out of shrink wrap that fits that perfectly. Otherwise, the stuff that I do have is way too thick. Well, I guess I'll have to use some colored stuff for now. Actually, I got the clear. The clear will work. So I got this clear one right here. So I like using the shrink wrap to hold the wires together. One thing that really bugs me about Payron's wiring is they use silicon insulated wiring, and those are easily tear, which I think is a bad idea for airsoft applications, because with moving parts and whatnot, even if it's stationary, there's too many variables that can cause tearing. I'll grab my torch. So I want this to sit like that. Then this red wire goes to the positive wire going down to the motor. So that's why I'm having it stop right here. But being up all the way up to the MOSFET. Okay. Torchy time. Oop. Let go. Check play in all the gears with fingers, then adjust the motor according to Braille. Love it. Use a really good flashlight and use your best judgment for how high you got the motor adjusted to your bevel. I like to set my airsoft guns on fire. Really brings out the character in these builds. Know what I mean? And while the shrink wrap is cooling off, it's a perfect time to shape it to how you want to run your wires. So that's another benefit of using shrink wrap for your wires. So now I'll just hold it here like as if it was gluing. Excuse me. And this is how I do my wiring. Now look at that. I'm not even holding it now. It's holding that shape. So when I put these wires in these clips, they will sit the way they're supposed to. And this is why I like SEMA's plates here. Look at that. It's magnificent. So when I go to drop down this gearbox in the back in the receiver, I don't have to worry about the wires getting caught up on shit as much. Oops. Wrong wire. Gotta do the positive first. Then the negative. I'm gonna do this one first because that will the battery. There we go. There you go. So far so good. So I'm just basically running the wiring as if it was getting put together to make sure I get the right lengths. And I might have to shorten them or lengthen them or whatever. I have to run these screws down. Okay, that's actually the wrong screw, I think. I need a nap. Fuck. Okay. Now, where is the negative? So, the negative's right there. That's good. So then, do a little swingy dingy. Let's see if our wire's too long. Yep. It is, just by a little bit. Or maybe not. And if I just have it way up here. Yeah, it's still too damn long. I'm going to have to redo. Yeah, I'm going to have to clip it right about there. There. Now I gotta go grab that negative wire. So this one is fun. I'm not going to use their connector, so I'm going to use my own. Plus, trying to keep that connector on, just going to make things more complicated. So I want to be able to pick how much wire length I want for the battery tray. So do this, and I'll put a connector on into this guy, and then run both these wires up together. Shrink wrap them together so they come up to the top here. And our negative positive right here. And our signal wire is going to tap in. I think I might have it fall along with the positive wire straight to the connector, because I don't want to have to make a split here. I normally would, but I'm not too worried about it. I think I know what I'm gonna do here that I think would be beneficial. Do I have another one? Yes, I do. So I gotta cut this guy. So I'm gonna use a shrink wrap to hold the wires right here as the splitting point. So I gotta grab my scissors. Yeah, I know, right? Could use the exercise too. Totally right, bird. Bird, bird, bird. Bird's a word. Bird, bird, bird's a word. Everybody heard about the word. Okay, probably gonna get copyrighted for that. YouTube, please don't copyright me for that. I don't know what song I was singing. I probably butchered it anyways. Banhammer. Fjock. Oh, fjock. Doopy-doopy-doo. Yep. Woo. Keep that on top, and go this way. Yeah. Yeah. Presents. Then I'm going to do another one straight across here to hold these two together. I'm going to have to go skinnier. There we go. Now we got a clear shrink wrap. Actually looks nice. Shrink wrap is holding it in place. So perfect. Then this guy will run down, and I'm going to go get my tool that crimps on the motor connectors. Are you shitting me, bird? That Vietnam song? Oh yeah, there it is. Ah, it's coming together. Ree. Is it because that song is how you got your tag name for YouTube? Bird built? Right? Maybe? Nope. My skeezers. I'll do the professional methods of the madness. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, now I can do it to the red well. Oh, really? By Peter Griffin. I love it. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's great. Alright, cut the well. Hooray. Now I've had this torch for a couple years now. This was a really cheap torch that I bought, and it's by far been one of the most useful tools I've ever used. It's refillable. You can adjust the flame. There's a continuous lock. This right here turns the flame into that's what that does. Or intensity adjustment right here. Nickname was Jaybird back in grade school, and it just stuck. Banana bread at work, dude. Hell yeah. Wait, who's got banana bread? I love banana bread. I want some now. Give me some, please. Yuck. Now this goes over here. And then put this here. And turn it around. Yuck. Oh, that's why. So plug that in. as if. Then these two wires run up together, up to the side, just like this. And yeah, this is how it's gonna go, just like that. And I just need a piece of insulation, or this guy. I'm gonna put this here to hold those wires together. And I typically like using black tape, wrap it around the grip here to hold the wires in so they don't pop out. Makes installation of the gearbox so much easier. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull these wires back out, grab this, run it through. Wait, actually, there's a better way to do this. And then go to the end of time, shove it through this way, pull it through, slide this up, plug in your wires back again, just like that. And then plug in our positive back in. Righty tighty lefty loosey. Oh man, it's so satisfying. Those wires like fit in there easy and perfect. Perfect. So, slide this down just a little bit. I'm gonna wanna put everything together just like that. I could have used it a little bit longer than that, but whatever. Okay. Sealing her up. And that, my friends, is how you run your wiring and secure it into place. Wow. 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 Okay. All right. Now, I gotta look at the receiver real quick, because I'm wondering if we can actually put the wiring in the buffer tube. Oh, there's a cap at the end of it. That's stupid. Here we go. Oh, we can take the cap off. Let's see. My hope is to be able to run the wiring to the stock, because then I think that'd be more convenient to put your battery in instead of fighting it through the above the gearbox. You know what I mean? Okay. Oh yeah, straight path. Yeah. Think it'll work? So here's what we'll do. We'll pretend the gearbox is all together. We'll take all our wiring. Is it going to be long enough, is the question. I'd say so. Connector will come out right at the end. What do you think? Oh, just to take it apart to do the same thing over again, but that satisfaction of building a harness, so good after. Yeah, especially when you take the time to do it. So I think we'll do that. There's a... I'll be so upsetty spaghetti if it don't work out the way I want it to. Because the wiring is now going to have to do this number. Like that. To go straight out the back of the gearbox and down here. So. Do I have another... I just have blue and whatnot, damn it. So the wires are just too thick. Or not thick enough, I should say. Or, yeah. You know what I mean? Maybe I can, I'm kind of scared to use the thick stuff. Looking at my shrink wrap. I wonder if I could just use a combination of both, maybe? Oh! I think I found... No, that's hard tubing. Never mind. Damn it. I thought I found some more, black shrink wrap. Yeah, that might not work, though. Sorry, I'm looking at, shrink wrap options for this guy. So I'm running out of the stuff that I like to use most often. Guess I'll just use the blue stuff. So what I want to do is I'm going to take the full length of the blue and bring all the wiring up like this and do this number. And then finish off the rest with my really thick stuff to protect the wiring. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, the jump rope was definitely planned by accident. I didn't mean to, but I guess we're doing jump rope after all. Jump rope for heart. God, that's such a long time ago. Those shenanigans. So we're gonna do this. Try and get as tight as I can. Then heat up the wiring. I think my torch is running out of fuel. I'm gonna top it off. This flame's getting really small. Alright, it's a little warm, so keep that underneath there. Do that. So I'm letting shrink wrap form around the gearbox like that, so when it drops down it'll just fit right into place, hopefully. Yeah, let's see, that rocker right there. So the other thing I have to worry about is the selector plate pushing into this. So yeah, there you go. I'm gonna grab the receiver again and see how she fits. I'm gonna have to do this off camera, I'm sorry. Got to tape the end. So I'm doing this, I gotta make sure the wires are long enough. So I'm kind of worried about it. Because if so, I'm going to have to make an extension. I really don't want to do that. Because that means cutting the wires and splicing and all that good stuff. There we go. Actually, maybe I can do it on camera. Just get this out of the way. More drink. So I taped the end of it so I can fish it. Alright, let's cross our fingers that this goes all the way through. Okay, what are you getting caught on? There's like a little peg down the middle of it. Hold on a second. My flashlight. She's just gonna be a little tight until she goes through. So right now I'm fighting, there's a rod that holds, or a screw that holds these QD points in place. And the wire is having a tough time going past that. And once I get that tape through it, it should go through just fine. Yay! I'm gonna try and pick. Go through, damn you. Oh, come on. There's nothing really blocking you. You're just being a weenie butt. There we go. Alright, she's going. I just had to fight it through that little pole. No, you don't get to go with the motor. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it's not. I don't want to because I like having my stuff looking nice. So I do plan on selling this AK after I get it all done. Oop, we got good news, guys. I think the wire's going to be long enough. I'm trying really hard to keep it in camera for you guys. Bear with me. Oop, don't want that. I do not want it on this selector switch. Or plate. There we go. Alright, now I'm just going to make sure the wire doesn't get caught on anything. It's not going down all the way. Actually, it will. Yeah, so I know this receiver's down all the way because the hole for the selector switch is all the way down. And just fucking barely. Yeah, the signal wire is right about here, so the connector is going to be like right here. Now I'm going to look around on this guy to see if there's any way to allow that signal wire to go a little further out. Alright, pull this back out and see what we got. Try that maybe. I might have to trim some metal. Maybe. I'm gonna try something. Oh, okay. So there's an actual groove. This wire to go down. No, that's not what I wanted. Needs to go far over. Alright. That's working. Just gotta tuck it. So there's a little groove right here for the wires to go over and down. That I did not initially thought was there. Okay. See how much wire. Not good. I have to extend it. That sucks. We're so close. I mean, it's like right there. So trimming off this insulation won't work. The wires are just simply not long enough. But anyways, so that's how our wiring is going to be ran, like this. So I got to figure out now. Basically got to... Damn it. Well, that's cool. I know how this is held in. Once this is loose, your ring here, the stock should come right off. Take off this black tape. See what we're working with here. Yeah, if the signal wire was right here, well, you know what? There's no way I can do this. Don't want to do it, but kind of have to. But basically what I could do is take this wire right here and insulation and separate it. And then wrap the signal wire right there. So that it's just these two wires going to the connector. Like that. So, and then to run the wire through, you have to take this cap out. Or maybe it's just a punch pin, I'm not sure. I have an idea. I gotta see something here before I move on to that idea. I'm gonna take the stock off, because I need to see what it looks like inside. Okay, there's something else holding on to it. It's probably that set screw, maybe. Huh. Well, it's a 2.5, I think. No, it is a 2. Wow, that was actually loose as hell. Alright, so looks like that is a pin indeed. So I'm gonna put a punch to it and see if it comes out. I don't think it goes that way. It goes this way. I think it's a one-way pin. Yep, I was right. There's a pin. Ta-da! That should come out. Come on. Hey. Oh, yeah, that was in there really tight. Okay, so that's good news. So the pin, the only thing it does is keep this on there. So that's neat. And then the screw goes in through the top, down through both deals. Yeah, I think I'm at a stopping point there, guys. Because I'm fucking tired and I want to go home. Yeah. Definitely gonna English is hard. Definitely rewire this thing. Yeah, because I could definitely put the connector through, and once the connector's through, then I could put that pin through. So, yeah, so this is definitely gonna be wired into the buffer tube. So this thing's gonna be pretty sweet after it's done. So I'm gonna finish up the wiring on it. I gotta check it again. Now that that part of the wiring is out, can see about. So I gotta confirm before I do it. These will reach. These will reach out the buffer tube. It's probably going to go down that route. Oops. Let's have this go straight down the bottom because I don't want to go through there. Come on. There. Why aren't you cooperating with me? Because you're not going in that slot like you're supposed to. And just for now, I'm going to put this in here. No, I don't think I can. Maybe. The motor is a SEMA 22 TPA motor. It's stock. It has really good magnets, and they're really good. It's a really good motor out of the box, so I don't see the reason to replace it unless it's going to be a brushless motor. So 13-in-1 gear set, and with this motor it should shoot about 28 rounds a second full auto, which is pretty damn good. Man, it's like right freaking there. Yeah, I think I'll do it. wonder if that's the reason why they go with silicone. It's easy to slide down the wire. Because putting this notch here to wrap this around like that. There. Then leave a little excess. Then I should do a little bit more than that. There we go. Nope, I could do more. A little bit more. Almost there. There. And just wrap it up real tight. There. There we go. Now, once I solder this, I'll put thread the insulation shrink wrap right over the top of it, just like that. And then I'm going to do thick black shrink wrap all the way from end to end to keep the wires protected. Okay, I'm going to go solder that real quick. Hamburger. Hammer burger. Let's see. Sorry, I'm off camera right now. I'm getting ready to solder the signal wire to the positive. There we go. Good to go. Okay, and we're back. So I soldered the signal wire to the positive wire. Now we're going to slip this guy all the way down. Right down the middle right there. That should be good. I gotta refill my torch with some butane. Butane. Oh, that filled up pretty damn fast. We got the flame. So I should probably do it from here to here. Yeah. And where's the end? Ah, there we go. I need my skizzers. Where's my skizzers at? There it is. Got the dick boy. Yeah. Alright, so this stuff is real thick, so it's going to protect the wiring really well. Ooh, that's hot. Trying to make it flat. That's what I'm doing right now. That way it gives a little bit more room for the battery. Ironically, oh man. Yeah, we gotta check it again. Heat up the shrink wrap. There we go. There it is. Let's see how long it sticks out. Hopefully quite a bit. I'm hoping. Oh yeah. Somehow that gave us more length. Yeah, hell yeah, that's perfect. Look at that. It worked out. It's gonna have it right at where we need it. Everything's in place. Hell yeah. So yeah, it's perfect. And we got the ability to put our battery in the buffer tube. Sweet. I'm happy with it. So yeah, wiring harness is almost complete. I still got to put a dean on the end of this, but we're out of time. Oh man, glad I took my time on this, because I'll tell you what, if I rushed any of this, I would have screwed up something. I'm glad I didn't. I'm gonna have to finish this on Wednesday, because like I said, I plan on selling this. So, anyways, guys, I appreciate you for watching, but I'm gonna take off now. So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. I have no idea if I'm gonna stream again anytime soon, because it's the holidays. So, keep an ear out. Have that notification bell for when I go live. So, anyways, you guys have a great night and happy holidays.